Good morning. So it's we're past 10 o'clock. So please grab a coffee or something like that and take a seat so that we can start.
I'm just going to be a few minutes. Welcome to the Royal Armoury, Nybrosskammaren in Swedish. My name is Karin Nilsson. I work as head of the Department of Digital Resources here. This is a government agency, which is the Royal Armoury, it's the Closter Castle and the Art Museum. And we're very happy to see you here today. So welcome to our little small part of the castle. I'm just going to tell you a little about the restrooms and toilets are in the entry of the museum. It's over there. So you're just going to go all the way back and then like a few steps down. Please visit our exhibitions. Did you see the pink one just outside the door? It's about the princess and the princes of the castle. Please visit it. Is there anything else that is important for you to know now? Apart from everything else. Welcome.
Thank you, Karin. Yeah, talking of the Princess exhibition, don't use the toilet in the Princess exhibition. It's not connected to that. Hello, my name is Hannes. You've got some emails from me during the past days and weeks. Glad you could come today. We are 4 organizations that organize this year's event, Linked Data in Sweden. This time, I think it's the first time that we run it in English. Or did we? How was it last year? I don't remember. So it's Meta Solutions, it's my company, Nobel Media, Hans, and then we have Wikimedia Sweden with Andre here. And we also have the Royal National Library. There are actually quite a lot of people from the National Library here. Is anyone left in the building now? I just wanted to start with a short introduction. First things first, there is a free Wi-Fi. There's no password. You've probably already found it. It's called free something. I don't remember. Hashtag. We use LDSV 2016 on mostly Twitter, probably. If you have some pictures, upload them to Instagram and tag them as well. Then we have a live stream. So if you have, if you know of someone who couldn't come today, colleagues or peers, then just send them the link to the Eventbrite page where you signed up. We posted the link to the live stream there, and Hans also posted a link in the Facebook group, which is, by the way, a good group to be a member of. So if you should not be member of the Facebook group Semantiska webben I Sverige, so just join the group. It's a low traffic group currently. I think we could have an ambition to make it a high traffic group again. 30 minutes. Every talk will be about 30 minutes. And we would like to have some space for questions and discussions. So it's about 20 minutes for the talk, and then the rest of the time for questions from the audience. So I would like to ask the audience here to already during the talk just think of the content of the talk. How does it relate to your work? So that you can also ask questions, so that we get some lively discussion. I would like to make this an interactive event, so not like presentation, but the next one. Yes, so our anchors during the day are basically, we have 3 talks now in the morning. Then we have lunch at 12 with a lunch break for 1 hour. Then we have another 2 talks, another break, another 2 talks, a break, and then we have a discussion. The discussion will basically be about more overview, strategic thing. How can we make linked data a bigger topic in Sweden? That's basically the overall thing. And then at the end of the event, 16:30, the ones who have the possibility can join us, and we just walk away from here and go to a pub close by. I don't actually know which one, but I'm sure we'll find something. Yes. Any questions so far? Yes.
Do you have one short description of what linked data is?
A short description. Well, there are lots of introductions on the web. So if you
The problem is not to find one. The problem is to find one that is more simple and
okay.
easy
Then
to be agreeing upon.
okay. Then I'll make a shameless plug here. We got a website which is called Länkade.se. Länkade.se works as well. We have a white paper there in Swedish with a quite coherent introduction into linked data and related topics. So if you go to that site, it's available completely for free, so you just can browse through the book. It's designed for to give an eagle-eye view on the topic, and it dives into some details of some aspects of the area. And there are some links that that you can follow for if you want to have some more details on some parts. Or is this something completely different that you're looking for?
No, I just experienced that there are very different and vague descriptions of what is in this room. So my idea was if there was some elaborated sentence that brings all these to one.
Does anyone feel the challenge? The summary to rule them all?
Yes.
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 Great.
I can make a try.
Okay, Matthias.
I'll take the one that I'm spoken of several times. The web is interlinked. Well, that's about human presentation of humans. So basically, we are now moving into open data, where a lot of agencies are trying to put out their information and making it available all over the place for citizens and other organizations. So, all about making your data available in the sense of the web. Let's make it linkable. So, think about the web, take away HTML and links, you don't have that option. So, linked data is about bringing the same strength to data, bring a common format and make it linked. So, a lot of small data pieces that are interlinked on the web. Maybe? A longer description is on the linked data.
I will find another one.
fist fight for the best definition of linked statements if you have a disagreement. So, some years ago, April 17th, 2012, this was actually for the first time that we met for something that we called Länkade data i Sverige. So today is the 5th time because we've met every year since 2012. First time was in Stockholm, second time I think in Linköping, third time in Malmö, last year it was in Gothenburg, and now we're back in Stockholm. So perhaps we can have the ambition to go north next year, because we haven't been north of Stockholm so far. I just want to quickly summarize what has happened since 2012, because there has been some developments in the area, internationally mostly. So back then we had lots of introductions. We stopped having introductions during such events because it was just too time consuming, and there are quite a few online resources where you can get a good introduction into the whole area. So that's one difference. We just don't have introductions anymore. And that's one of the pointers that I had before. One website where we actually have a white paper on linked open data and some related things. A whole education, actually 2 days education. The whole thing is online here. It's mostly Matthias and myself who created the content on this page. Back then in 2012, most of you, or some of you at least, know the public linked open data mailing list from the W3C. Back in 2012, there was an average message count of more than 200 messages every month. Some months were a bit more intense with almost 1,000 messages. This was most of the HTTP range 14 discussions and related things. Now we're below 100. I don't know what happened. I haven't made any scientific analysis of where the messages have gone, but probably it can be explained by the specialization of different topics, because now we have lots of different technologies under the umbrella of the W3C that have own mailing lists. And so not everything has to be included in the general or generic linked open data mailing list anymore. So I think that's one explanation, because in total, the messages on all mailing lists combined have multiplied. Back then we had the lot cloud. You've probably seen it in presentations. No presentation on linked data is without the lot cloud, so I'm looking forward to seeing it lots of times today. Or not, I don't know, because you perhaps remember the Beast, the last instance from 2014 that has not been updated yet, or not anymore at least. So we don't have any lot cloud anymore because it hasn't been updated since 2014. I don't know why. Perhaps it's getting too big. Now we have JSON LD. Now I'm coming into the more technical area here. Back in 2012 there was no overall and good way of actually working with linked data. Now we have some standards that really make it easy to actually provide web applications, or to construct web applications on top of a semantic web layer. So we have JSON LD, which really simplifies working with RDF. We have schema.org, which, if you're not familiar with it, it's basically the big search engine operators like Google, Bing, Yandex, and so on. They agreed on a strategy to provide descriptions for things. So there is a quite big list of entities or classes that you can use to describe things on the web. And the aim here is to use HTTP and to be as close to linked data as possible. We have cross-origin resource sharing, which makes it a lot easier to work with linked data across different domains. So that's also a very important technical aspect. We have DCAT. I'm mentioning a specific standard here because it's quite important here in Sweden, because DCAT is basically the first, it's short for data catalog. So it's a metadata standard for describing open data catalogs. And it's important here in Sweden because all public authorities are supposed to provide a description of their open data sets in that format. So this is to date probably the application of an RDF-based metadata standard of the largest scale in Sweden. So it's quite interesting that if you go to öppnadata.se, the Swedish National Open Data Portal, then that consists of information that is harvested using RDF. So I consider this quite a big success for linked data because it's basically like sneaking in from behind, and suddenly most of the public authorities are using linked data without even knowing it. We have things like CSV on the web that make it really easy to publish tabular information on the web. There was no such agreement on a particular set of standards back in 2012. And we have a full second generation of the core standards. So it's all the linked data or RDF related standards exist now in version 1.1 with a lot of improvements. So a lot of things have happened. So there's one stable thing that was quite big then, and it's still going strong, 2016, and that's cultural heritage. We have had lots of organizations, so the biggest linked data oriented knowledge repositories that were back in 2012 from within the cultural heritage sector, and it's still the same basically. We have the National Library, we have the National Board for, was it something?
National Archives.
Yeah, we have the National Archives as well, Riksarkivet. But it's basically mostly the National Library and Riksantikvarieämbetet that provide lots of information here. So it's a cultural heritage sector, and I would like to come back to this in the last session today, when we talk about how can we increase the popularity or the scale of deployment of linked data in Sweden. I would like to have cultural heritage as a part of the discussion, because I think it will be interesting to see what did cultural heritage sector do to make linked data such an important aspect of the everyday work, and what can we learn from it. Well, that's basically it from my side, and now I would like to. Is there anything else before the first presentation? I don't think so. Any questions?
Do you think the cultural heritage omnipresence is due to the fact that it's about trust? I mean, it's institutions that have trustworthy data, whereas
Could be.
many other things we're looking at are moving targets.
This could be. Could also be the need of better cooperation between organizations due to lack of funding, perhaps. The explicit need to collaborate, because otherwise you wouldn't achieve anything. So there are lots of different aspects, I think. So perhaps we can get some perspective on that from some of the representatives in the afternoon. So the first presentation will be from. I actually don't have the agenda here now. I didn't print the agenda because I assumed that everybody will have an online device anyways in the but I think the first presentation is by Scania. Do you have an own computer? Here it is. Yes. Do you want to connect your own? Yeah. Vill du prata med dem? Vi har en sån här. So we have the first presentation is by Matthias Nyberg from Scania about linked data for tool integration at Scania. So it's will be interesting to see some interest, some industry application.
Okay, thank you. Maybe I should start to say I work at Scania. I've been working there for 15 years, but I'm also a researcher. So I work part-time at KTH also as an adjunct professor. And at Scania, we have this project now where we try to use linked data for tool integration. We are doing this together with KTH, and it's financed by Vinnova, and we are also working together with a company called Find Out here. And there are several people here in the audience that are also working in this project that you can talk to during the break. Some words about Scania first. It's a quite big company and it's growing, 40,000 employees now. And it's a company in the Volkswagen Group since 1 or 2 years. It has not changed so much. We are still a quite independent company, but we are owned by Volkswagen. And we are now, I think, the second biggest truck manufacturer in Europe, to talk about market shares. So the first is Mercedes, and we are number 2 in Europe. And Scania is a little bit special because we have a huge amount of in-house development. Most automotive companies, they buy a lot of things from suppliers. At Scania, we do things ourselves, in-house. And we do that with quite small amount of resources. So we think ourselves that we are quite efficient also. We are not so much influenced by big industry standards. We are like a small company that has grown to become big. We are in the development department. We are 4,000 persons, and of these we have, as we see here, like 500 persons plus working with the embedded systems in the truck. That means all the computers in the truck and the software. We also have quite a lot of tool development in-house. With I write here like 500 plus persons also, and that is it's development tools, it's databases for storing information, it's tools for our workshops, mechanics workshops. And I think today we have like 1,400 databases at Scania that are running. So there is a huge amount of data that is needed to develop and maintain these trucks. The product we have is it's only one thing. It's basically it's a truck, but it comes in many versions and configurations. And one configuration of a truck is actually a bus. So if you see a Scania bus, it's actually a truck. Okay. And that also is a little bit special for Scania. That we have only one product line with a lot of different configurations, and that makes it, from a computer and software development point of view, it makes it very, very complicated because we need to manage all these configurations. And we take this with the continuous development and integration to the extremes, because we have the truck we have, it's the same truck as we had like 20 years ago or 30 years ago. It's just that we continuously improve it. So there are no new when you see sometimes you see in media that now Scania is releasing a new truck, but it's not a new truck, it's an old truck but with slightly changed. This is what we have inside our truck, an electrical system with a lot of computers that are connected. And they are connected through a network. This here is a network, it's called a CAN network. And this is what is needed to control the truck. We have the engine management system, we have the braking system. All these are computers connected together and control the truck during operation. Skip this here. And the complex, the current challenges we have is complexity. Things are getting more and more complex. We have more functions, connectivity. Now we are having trucks that are connected to other trucks on the road, connected to the infrastructure. ADAS and autonomous vehicles. Also Scania is one of these companies that are making self-driving vehicles. That adds a lot of computer power in the truck and the software. And as I said before, everything comes in variants and configurations. This is the source of the origin of the complexity. And we need to be competitive, meaning we have to develop things faster and faster and faster in calendar time, and at the same time use less resources, so more efficient development. And then we have something that is called functional safety standard, ISO 262. This is what this is that we very soon need to be able to more or less prove that our vehicles are safe. This is what they already have in aerospace, or if you sell an airplane, you need to prove that the airplane is safe. And so far, this has not been applied to the automotive area, but this is coming now in a couple of years. So that also drives the need of information. To be able to prove that something is safe, you need to know how it is constructed, and you need a lot of information. So this is just a picture of this standard. We call it a life cycle standard. It covers the whole development from concepts, requirements, hardware, software, testing, everything, documentation, and it is focused on the electrical system, meaning the electronics and the software in the truck. I think so. Okay, here. This is the core of this standard. What is important here that the standard requires that we have traceability between development artifacts. We make hazard analysis in the beginning, and then we have requirements, we develop the architecture, we implement things, and we have the test. And then between all artifacts we need to have links saying this software is supposed to fulfill this requirement. And that is very hard to achieve since we have very complex products with a lot of people, and the product is changing all the time, as I told you, and we have many configurations. Today, the situation is unfortunately, that all these development artifacts are documented in like Microsoft Word or PDF document, Excel. So it's very hard to find the information. It's very hard to maintain traceability links. It's very hard to make the documentation consistent and updated. So we are now in a phase where trying to move from this situation to a more database-oriented development with more information in databases, more information structure. And I guess you start to see where this is, the need for linked data here. Yes, and when we are doing this journey here, going from the informal documents to connecting databases, there have been this is not a new problem. Other companies have been doing this, and we have tried also at Scania, and then it started. When the company started to do this a long time ago, they had point-to-point integrations, starting with 2 things to connect, and then more things and more things. This was not a success. It was hard to maintain in the end. And a response to this was to buy big systems that contain all data. And that has also been done at Scania in some cases. So we are not really, we don't believe in point-to-point integration. This is not the way to scale up things. And we don't want to buy this monolithic solution from the big companies. I'll skip this here. So instead, what we're looking into is to use this standard called OSLC, Open Services for Lifecycle Collaboration. And this is a standard, it's built upon linked data. And it's coming from Oasis. Originally, this was invented by IBM, but they released it as an open standard some years ago now. So now it's available, and it contains, see here, a core part which defines some mechanisms to exchange data and how, more or less, how to use RDF to exchange data between tools. And on top of that, OSLC also defines some ontologies for different areas like requirements, engineering, architecture management, configuration management, and so on. And the history of this is, as I said, it comes from IBM. They have been using this since 2007 in their JES platform. This is one of the big tool suppliers, IBM, in this area. Interestingly, Ericsson has taken a decision that all their tool suppliers must comply with the OSLC standard. Another big company in this area is called PTC. It's a Canadian company. They have recently decided to support this standard. So from being more a research initiative like 10 years ago, it seems to grow and get established in industry. we got to know that Volkswagen is, and then I talk not the Volkswagen Group, but the Volkswagen car company. They have decided to use OSLC for integrating their requirements management solution. So what we're then trying to do at Scania here, we have a number of tools, and this is now the research project I talked about, together with KTH. At Scania, we have not taken a decision to use this technology. We are investigating this technology in this research project. But what we're doing is that we are now trying to connect a number of tools. So today, we have a lot of tools. This is just some of the tools we have, or we can call it databases. Typically today, they are not connected. People or engineers, they read information from one tool. They write an email to the engineer work with another tool, and that engineer inputs data in another tool. Or they go and talk to each other. So there is a lot to win here if we can make this process more automated. So we will both increase the quality of the information and reach faster development. So what we have here, what we are investigating in this project is the test management system. We have the issue tracking, configuration database, the CAN communication database, the PDM, product data management. This is a big database that controls the production at Scania. This is, here we have the source code architecture model. This is the software in the truck. All that software we expose as OSLC or link data. Here is a tool which is a specification tool. Here is a tool for visualizing the architecture, and then a tool for searching and browsing information. So the idea is then to use LinkData here to connect the tools, so the tools can exchange information in this standardized format. And the tools on the top here, these are existing tools. They are in-house developed tools or tools that we have bought from suppliers, but they are existing tools, meaning legacy tools. And the project also contains these tools on the bottom here. These are tools that we are developing in the projects. So one tool here is a tool that parses the software and then makes a model of that in link data and expose it to the other tools. And then we are developing this tool that we call CSM Specifier, which is a tool that engineers can use to write specifications in text and tables, figures, and so on. And in the specification, you want to refer to things that are in the truck. And the thing here is that you can make links, you can create links in your specification to everything that is exposed here in the link data space. And at the same time, when a specification is written and you save it, then the specification becomes published also as link data. And here next is the graphical viewer. Since the design and architecture of the truck is quite complex, we think it's important to have a graphical view of mainly the architectures, but also other things. So here we are building a general tool for graphically view linked data and interpret that. It works like we have for each class we define, we have a mapping to a graphical object. And then we can look at the data and view it graphically by using this tool and get up nice architectural pictures of the software architecture, for example. And then lastly, search and browse tool, which is both based on the schemas we define, but also is capable of finding data in free text. So these are tools that we don't, Scania would like to buy them if we could, but we haven't found them, so therefore we develop them ourselves now in this project. And when working with this, we learn a lot of things about linked data. Linked data is not quite new at Scania, so we have been working with this for 2 years now. We are learning a lot of things, and we have a lot of discussions how to solve different things. So I have a couple of slides that highlight some of these discussions. At Scania, it's a control environment. It's not like we want to publish this data for anyone. It's only for internal use. That's the purpose of this project. And we want to control the structure of the data using so-called shapes. And there are a couple of standards for this. This is not the same as an ontology. It's not like OVL or so, but it places constraints on your data. And there is, and now we are discussing at Scania which standard to use for this. One is the so-called shackle standard. This is the W3C standard, but it's quite new. It's not even released, I think. So this is a need we have, but we don't really know how to solve that. And then, I guess partly because we are quite new into this, it's for us, we experience like an explosion of standards. There are so many different standards to consider. Some of these standards are included in OSLC, but we think actually that not all of them are needed or useful at Scania, but we might need other linked data standards. And we are also missing some standards. And one example here is notification. I think notification is needed, but we haven't found any standard that describes that. Another thing, when we have the current databases, we would like to publish the information using RDF, but it's a little bit problematic because you have to translate a current database into RDF, and then one example of problems is we have links which have properties, and as you know, you cannot have that in linked data, so we need to solve that in some way. There are different ways you can reify these links, but every solution comes with some kind of problems. So this is something we discuss and work on, but have not really found the best solution. And another thing is lack of support. Even though I told you OSLC is growing, linked data is growing in this area of application, but still there are very few development tools actually supporting this. So even though it seems to be a good solution, when going to the Scania IT department and telling them, this is you need to use linked data because it's a big standard, but at the same time there are no tools supporting this. It's hard to sell it internally at Scania. And we find also, when we want to build then more in-house solutions, we would like to have more components that we can build this application on top of. For example, a server solution. Now we are using Virtuoso, but it doesn't support all the linked data standards we would like to have support for. We need also to make queries between federated queries. It seems to be also something that's not so easy to solve, and so on. So I just want to give you an example of one tool here we have. This is the CSM specifier. I'll just show you here how this is solved. So this was the tool, which is a specification tool. So the engineer here writes the information here. What is written is stored in a version management system, and it's then published to the linked data OLC network. And at the same time, we can consume and refer to things that are mentioned here. I will show a very quick demo of this now. Okay. So this is the tool, how it looks like. So for engineers, we say this is like Word, Microsoft Word, but much better. For example, what you can do here, you can refer to things. I can write here. And now I have, so what I did here, I have now referred to a signal somewhere in the truck, and that signal is actually a RDF resource. So we have access to all the information that is published on this linked data bus, what you call it. We can use, for example, if an engineer wants to fill in a table like this, we know in principle what information should be there, but to fill in this table is quite a lot of work. Instead, we have now used Sparkle, formulated a query, which I now run here, and then I populate this table by just using a Sparkle query. That saves the engineers so much work, and also for maintenance of this information. To get it correct and maintain that requires so many hours. And here it's made by a simple Sparkle query. Okay, I think I stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Matthias. Do we have any questions?
So how do you use the base? Like, I mean, it's very present that it works. But have they used it, the engineers? How many of them are using it as we speak now?
No one, or one maybe. But it's a research project. So there has not been a decision to use this for real. So there has to be a strategic decision. Now we are going live with this. So even though things are working, they are not using it. It's not. I think it must become a little bit more mature before they can rely on it for their production.
So how close to a production deployment are you? What do you think?
Different parts. some parts are ready, other parts are quite immature. It depends on. So the first things here, for example, publishing all the software architecture as linked data, that is already done and it is working. So it's just management decisions. So, but they want to see the business cases.
Yeah.
That's a thing. How much money extra do we earn by solving it in this way compared to another way?
We got a question back there.
I was just interested, if you look at the larger Volkswagen group,
Yes.
how does that, like, is there any kind of cooperation between, Scania and Volkswagen, for example? How do they look
No,
at this type
there
of
is not so much cooperation now, but it's starting. And the cooperation is mostly about developing things together, not so much exchanging data and sharing development artifacts. Currently, different companies in the Volkswagen Group have their own solutions for engineering tools. Yes, but it depends on the need for sharing information between the companies. It's not obvious. That need is less obvious compared to sharing information within Scania, for example.
So I have a question here. This is a text, basically, but
Yes.
we're inserting references to linked data,
Yes.
objects or things. Are you using HTML5 or DocBook, or how do you manage that? And also, is this the main case that you will edit text and insert references, or is it also about maintaining information about these things with more traditional form
Okay.
metadata?
Okay. I'll try to answer these many questions. This is how this application works. I mean, what we edit is basically a data file. Data is an XML format. And then we parse this data file, this XML file, and find objects that we want to publish on linked data. Maybe that answers one of you. And I can show you what this data looks like. This here I can run a Sparkle query on this data. Now I search for all the requirements that are specified. So if you looked here is a one requirement and next requirement. Every such object becomes an RDF resource. Was that?
Yeah, and then do you have like forms for metadata? You talked about Shackle. Are you using that for forms?
Currently, we are not using Shackle. We are thinking of using it. So Shackle would be a way for us to define our shapes or constraints. For example, every time we have a requirement, it must have an identifier. If not, we get some warning somewhere. And then you asked, is this the main way of inputting data? Maybe. And I think engineers prefer to write specifications in this way, mixing free text. You can also insert pictures here, equations, because they want to write a specification document that are easily readable. So I think this is a good way for engineers to input data.
When you generate some data for inclusion automatically, do you have some procedure? How do you compare two versions of the document? Depending on, like after you introduce those changes, you regenerate links, for example.
Okay.
To make sure that the document still makes sense.
This is another thing. If we have a shackle, we can define constraints. And then, not in this version, but we have another version. When the engineers define things here, that are not consistent with our shapes, then there is a warning triangle appearing here. Now there is some violation of the business rules, or you haven't missed traceability or requirements or anything. And that is made possible through using shapes, but also since we have linked data, we have access to all information here. We can compare the information written in this specification with the information written in another specification, thereby detecting inconsistencies. And everything is version handled. If I save this, make a change, and save it again, I save all the versions. All the versions becomes different resources.
Okay, thanks a lot. I think we will have to continue to the next presentation, so if you have another question, then please catch Matthias in the break. Now we got Hans Melin from Nobel Media, and he will tell us a bit about linked Nobel Prizes.
Okay, so my name is Hans Melin, and I come from Nobel Media. And then the first question is, of course, what is Nobel Media? Who are we? And we are part of the Nobel organization, and you've probably heard about the Nobel Foundation. They are responsible for everything in common for the Nobel Prizes. They invest the money that was left by Alfred Nobel. They are responsible for everything regarding the trademark about the Nobel Prize. They arrange some festivities in December that you probably know about in Sweden, and things like that. They do not select the Nobel Prize, the Nobel Prizes. That is done by the prize awarding institutions. So there are outside organizations that decide who is going to be awarded the Nobel Prizes. And that is a way that the Nobel organization has looked like more than 100 years, literally. But in the middle of the 90s, it became more and more important to have outreach activities. And then some daughter companies was founded, and one of these daughter companies are us. That is, we are now called Nobel Media. Another daughter company is the Nobel Museum, situated a couple of 100 meters away from here at Stortorget. The Nobel Peace Center in Oslo, and the Nobelhuset. Why are we daughter companies? That is because that the funds left by Alfred Nobel, they are dedicated for the prize amounts and also for the work of selecting the Nobel laureates. So we daughter companies that has an outreach activities, we have to find our finances through partnerships, sponsors, grants, things like that. So the mission of Nobel Media, that is to inform about the Nobel Prizes, the Nobel laureates and their achievements. And that's very important, and that is also the reason why we started with linked data. We also have a task of inspire and engage people in the topics of the Nobel Prizes. And the way that we do this are in 3 different areas. We work with digital media, that is mainly our website and social media. We work with events, that is lecture events and whole conference days. We bring laureates around the world, visiting developing countries and other things. That's quite a large part of our activities. And we also work with broadcast, television broadcast, collaboration with the Swedish television, Norwegian television, and broadcast from the prize awarding ceremonies and things like that, in interviews with the laureates. So my part of this is that I work with digital media, and especially with our website, nobelprize.org. So a few words about that. We have a website, nobelprize.org, that has a decent size and has a decent amount of visitors to it. So we've been working with this website, actually founded it in '94. The visitors come from all over the world. In general, you can say that about half of them comes from America, mainly US, a quarter from Asia, and a quarter from Europe. So it's truly worldwide. The amount of visitors to the website was in the beginning, from the 90s, and in the beginning was growing exponentially, then went into a linear growth, but at the end it sort of tapered off the growth, and it became more or less a steady state of growth, with the exception of last year. And the reason is in the headline. This is the outreach on our website as well as on social media. So what we see now is a major shift. So the amount of visitors towards the website, that is the blue part here, it remains more or less steady state. It grows 8% compared to last year. But the outreach that we have in social media increased a lot at the moment, especially in Facebook. And we also have some extra visitors in October when we announce the new Nobel Prizes, of course. So what about linked data? What have we done with linked data? Well, I have had Vinnova grants for 3 different occasions, and it started in 2012. Then we got 2 grants for 2 projects, and the purpose of this was to publish our data and make them available. So we first created a regular API, REST-based API standard. That was done together with Andreas Kron. Not much to say about that one. We also created a linked data endpoint, provided all our data as RDF files, and also had a Sparkle endpoint exposing the data. And that was done together with Hannes and Matthias. And the purpose of both the API and the linked data, that was of course to make other people, to make it public and to make other people able to use our data. So the result was a lot of visualizations that was created on this data. So this is, for example, from Reuters. Another example from Reuters. Views of the world that created a map with the size of the countries corresponding to how many Nobel Prizes that was awarded to that country. A lot of search engines, browsers, visualizations on so that you could search for different topics, different years, stuff like that. It was very popular. Many web applications, mobile apps. This is another one in the same field where you can search and get some more information about it. So it became rather popular to develop around this data. It was also used in education as an example data set when giving courses about data. And of course, here it comes, the dot cloud. We were very proud to be a part of it. So there you find it, Nobel Prizes, yeah. But the question that I asked myself immediately was, oh no, it's only one line. So how 5-star are we really? So we are available now as linked data, but are we truly 5-star? How many links do we really have to external resources? And that gave rise to the second project that we had from Vinnova, and that was the year after, in 2013. And the purpose of that project was to link to other resources and to other linked data sets. And we did it in many different ways. I'm only going to show you one of these, and that is in the middle there, saying a same as link to DBpedia. And among all the things that we did during this project, that single same as link opened up a new universe for us. So it became really important. So the outcome for me that I did on this project was to create pages for all the Nobel laureates that collected data from different sources. So these are the data that we have in our own database about the Nobel laureates when they were awarded the Nobel Prize, the motivation and things like that. But on the same page, I also grabbed information from DBpedia. So the page continues with more information here. So I've selected some parts of DBpedia that was complementing our data, not overlapping it too much. Also from Open Library, and the same, for example, from PubMed with the key publications for the Nobel Prizes. So that was one outcome that I did, to create pages with common information from different sources. Matthias, in the project, wrote a browser, an RDF browser, so that you could look at the individual RDF files and made it into like hypertext links so that you can walk from one RDF file to the other and browse the complete data set. It was a very nice very nice way of looking at the data. One thing that we found in this project was that not all the linked data resources were stable. Some of them turned out to be rather slow sometimes even unavailable. So to be able to put this into a production environment, we had to cache it. And that was something that made mainly by Hannes, to create a linked data cache that we could use. So all our queries is made through this cache, and that makes it reliable so that we can always get the response from the cache at least, even if the original source is down. But of course, as a developer and nerd, one of the things that I found most useful from this project was now I can really query both my own data set and other data sets in the same query. So this is an RDF query saying that please list me all the Nobel laureates that are born in a country that is smaller than this and this many square meters. And of course, in my database, I have information about the Nobel laureates, but I don't know anything about the size of the countries. So that is collected from DBpedia. So by combining it, I can get a list of all that. Just one small, simple, maybe stupid example of how to combine the data sets. So that led into the last project that was done last year, and that was to create a visualization to really show that you can combine different data sets. So we did it in 2 visualizations. The first one was a rather simple one. We just linked our Nobel laureates to Wikimedia and made a slideshow of the images available on Wikimedia for all the Nobel laureates. So that was a rather simple one. The second one we did was to create lists of the popular Nobel laureates. And we had some filters that you could filter by the award, by gender, by region, and you could have two different popularity measures, and I will come back to that later on. So in the first case, I've asked for the popular laureates in literature that are female and situated in Europe. And in this case, the award category is from our own database. The gender is from our own database. The region is filtered using DBpedia. So it's divided into regions according to DBpedia. And in this case, it's page views on nobelprize.org that we use. But in the next example, I instead list the popularity by Wikipedia. So I can get lists of both how popular they are on our website and on Wikipedia. So again, combining the different data sources. And that was all I had.
Thank you very much, Hans. Do we have any questions? We have one here.
Thank you. You were mentioning this generic link data RDF tools. I think it's very interesting. I was just wondering if there's a community in Sweden around those tools. And what is the availability of those tools? Could we share it with them? What are the licenses?
Both the RDF browser and the RDF cache, that was probably the tools that I was mentioning, is provided as open source. So we have them on GitHub, both of them, I think.
Yes. The linked data cache is licensed under Apache 2.0, and the linked data browser, I think it's AGPL. Yeah, 3.0. The LD cache was actually presented at the International Semantic Web Conference 2 years ago. So this that work resulted in a scientific paper.
And should also say, talking about licensing, that the license of the data set that we provide is CC0. Discussed it a lot with our legal department at Nobel, and they thought that that was the only license that was applicable to data sets.
Any other questions? Yes.
I was interested in hearing a little bit more about the caching of linked data. Like, does it just cache when someone does a search? Does that kind of cache that data, or does it actively go out and kind of collect all the data from all Nobel Prize winners regularly, or how does it work?
I can say a little bit, and then you can
Yes,
add something.
I'll take
But it's very generic, so you can actually configure it to cache any RDF data set. So in my case, it's just the application that do one query, and I define in the cache that I can also follow the RDF certain steps down. So it will not simply grab one RDF, it will predict that you will eventually then click on the other ones and follow the other ones. So it will grab several layers down, and you can define exactly what elements to follow and not follow. But it's totally generic.
Yes, so it's basically to avoid any connectivity issues, for example. You can pre-cache all the information. So you can do a graph traversal in advance so that you have the information offline, and then you can make queries directly against the cache. But you can combine this with ad hoc queries as well. So it's a quite flexible solution. Any more? Yeah.
You want the microphone? As you said, the RDF browser is in Apache license 3.0. Does it mean that it's totally open source, that everyone can use it?
That was HGPL 3.0. The cache was Apache 2.0. So Apache basically means do whatever you want, and the HGPL means that, well, do whatever you want, but share it again.
Could say one thing regarding our API, that is not linked data then, but the API. Do you have any idea what the most asked application for our API became? How people wanted to use it? Export to Excel. So we probably have to move down into the 5-star chain as well and provide Excel data as well in the future.
Okay, if there are no other questions, then thank you again, Hans.
Thank you.
Then we continue to Matthias.
Okay. So I'm here to tell you a little bit about our work with Entruscape and how we still are very focused on linked data, but we have also switched a little bit to focus on open data as a means to, well, reach further. So Entruscape is an open source platform and it can be used for many different purposes. It has a backend, which is an entry store, which is basically a layer on top of a triple store. And the front end is a web application built on using JavaScript, basically. It's a single page application. So the first approach we had, actually to some extent, was a Vinnova project. So actually I would say that our company, Meta Solution, was founded in 2011 and we have a background in KTH. It was, yeah, we had a lot of projects and we developed a lot of open source and we found that we wanted to continue this path and make this available as a service as well. And since then we are still a small company but we are growing and yeah, we have been collaborating with some of you here in the audience already. So the first approach here was we had the idea of Lodify to help people to bring out their data into the linked data cloud. So we thought that, okay, let's make some easy way of converting data into the cloud from relational databases, from spreadsheets, from specific APIs, or from web pages. And that's good, but we found that there are problems. Few people actually know about linked data in Sweden. I mean, the size of this room is, I would have hoped that we would need to get a very much bigger room, but anyway, there is also, unfortunately, not so much push from the government. We have some, well, I'll come to that later, and also to reach the critical mass. Linked data really shines when you can connect to all these data sets, but on the national level, it takes some time. It would be really nice to get more than the cultural heritage sector to publish linked data. And then we think that there will be real benefits. And also fear of doing the wrong thing. Since knowledge about linked data is not so well spread in Sweden, people prefer sometimes to do nothing than to do wrong. So the solution from our perspective was that move into the open data field. So just to be clear, this is not a limitation of our product or platform or any of our open source offerings, but it's just a focus, a switch in focus. So it's reasonably well known. There is legislation that pushes in this direction. The PSI directive says that you should actually publish lists of which data sets you have or is easily available. So this is a Swedish law since some years ago for public sector institutions. I would also argue that open data is perhaps more of a natural evolution for IT systems. There is always, there is not always, but there is already a focus on APIs and export from systems. So talking about open data goes well into that direction. And then when this ugly head of interoperability arises, we can say, well, the step from open data to linked open data is not so far. Or from linked data, it doesn't have to be open in general. So basically, as an overview, private keep out, now we move towards open data, and we hope to go all the way to linked data. Well, we already do it, but maybe not all of the customers or the people who are using our system will go all the way to linked data from the start. So our second approach is that we have now divided the platform we are using, the Enterscape, into different modules. And four of the most important ones are catalog, import, terms, and workbench. And for open data, it's mostly the catalog part. So I will talk about what we do with catalog. Also a little bit about how it publishes to DCAT AP and make the information available on your own web, on Open Data National Portal, and also the European Data Portal. We'll see that you can produce JSON APIs from tabular data, and show a bit briefly about managing your terminology in the cloud and what you can do with Workbench. So, open data. So what can you do with open data? Your data doesn't have to be linked data. It can be provided via an API or downloadable file that someone uploaded to a web server. It can be anything that is accessible, preferably in a good format. And the next step is that you have to describe it and tell the world that this information is available. And to do that, well, of course, you can write it by hand in your CMS, but it will be quite hard to find, and we need to have a common ground to make it easier to find this. So we make use of a standard that the European Union has suggested, an application profile of the DCAT standard, Hannes mentioned earlier, which is basically an RDF standard, says that use these properties when you describe a data set. Here is a very brief overview. Focus is on the data set. The data set can be, as I said, anything that is more or less somewhat unified data that you can process more or less in a machine way. Very vague definition, and it gives rise to some discussions. Anyway, you have some domain core properties and some DCAT specific things, like that you want to provide a contact point and landing page, and yeah. So we are now up to DCAT AP 1.1, released November, December 2015. But if you have multiple data sets, you need to say that from my side, I'm an organization, I have all these data sets, so you have to describe a catalog level as well. And then for every data set, it can be accessed. It may be possible to access the same data set in multiple ways. It can be accessible as an API, it can be a downloadable file, and it may also be available as linked data. So having multiple distributions is really a nice way of moving toward linked data, because we can start with simple data or simple non-linked data and then move over to linked data formats later. So with Enterscape Catalog, what you do is that you start by creating your catalog. You provide just brief information, who is the publisher, push a button. Then you can describe each data set via forms. So this follows the standard. We have followed the standard recommendations of mandatory, recommended, and optional. It's actually localized, so you can use it in both Swedish and English. You have drop-downs with values. For instance, here is Eurovoc, but now we moved over to another theme category where you have controlled vocabularies. You have drop-downs from in the form. You can also connect to and reuse entities across dataset descriptions. So in this view, which is grayed out, you see that you have datasets, which are, all of them are published, so you can publish and unpublish individual datasets. And there are distributions under each. This is the Open North datasets, or datasets from Open North in Umeå and Skellefteå, that I've taken as an example here. And then when you're finished, you can, when you have publish them, you will get an embedding into your own web if you so prefer. There is a data file, the DCAT AP file, that is harvested by opnadata.se, which makes all the information searchable on the national portal. And then in turn, this is harvested further into the European data portal, where you can search for the same information again, and again, and again. So one place of editing, and you get it in multiple places. So the aim is basically to make life simpler for public sector agencies. The next step we also support is that sometimes the data sets they describe isn't already available as a file somewhere. It needs to be uploaded. And then they can upload this into our Enterscape catalog. And if it is tabular data, for instance CSV, we can do something more with it. So, but we can upload any kind of data, just host it, so to speak, at the system. And then, if it is tabular, we can activate an API for it. So then it becomes an API according to the CSV on the web standard, so it's a JSON format. We are looking into, and we hope to soon also activate an RDF version of this API. Well, first you have to describe the columns, saying what each column corresponds to with property, and the range or the values in the column, maybe the data type, if they should map to an URI range, and so on. But anyway, this is something that is already existing. And this is what I said. Today we have the JSON API, according to the CSV on the web. We also have another approach, which is we write something called Tarkle, which is an open source project where you can write, looks like SQL, but you're referring to a CSV file, and then you can produce RDF. It's similar to OpenRefine, an RDF Refine project, if you know those. The planned step is, as I said, we need to describe the columns in RDF and be able to do RDF, generate RDF based on this metadata. The platform also supports harvesting from UAI PMH in a few formats, PC Access and IEEE LOM. If you want to add additional formats, you need to write some kind of transformer, converter. So that was briefly about Entarscape catalog. So now Entarscape terms. So what we have today is a way of authoring SCOS. So just to backpedal a bit, when you have a metadata form, you need to fill in some value, and the value is perhaps something from an enclosed vocabulary. You need to provide that vocabulary. You can hard code it into the form, or you can host the terminology separately. And so we need a tool for that. And why not use SCOS? SCOS is quite a good approach for managing term lists. So today we have this. I can show you a screen shot later on. But we also plan to take a step further to integrate these lists of terms that you produce in this tool, to have them, for instance, in a CMS, so you can mark up a web page using SCOS concepts. And we have some collaboration with Findwise with accomplishing this, and we're also working with TNC, Terminologicentrum, to see how we can support more of a terminology workflow for doing the necessary research first, and also send out for comments and get feedback, and maybe then when you're finished and see that this term is something we want to use, publish it. SCOS XL is to have rich information about the labels. If it's not just enough with having the label, you need to relate the labels, what kind of spoken form it is used in, and so on. And there is also imports from terminology system, that's TBX. So that's in the planning. It's how it looks like. So you get a tree structure where you can drag and drop around your vocabulary, because SCOS allows you to define narrow concepts in a narrow or broader relation. So we have labels, you can have a range of different documentation, notes, and relations both within the same concept scheme, the SCOS vocabulary. There are so many different ways of saying vocabulary, taxonomy, ontology, well, maybe not ontology. I'm mixing them freely here. So basically we have full support of full SCOS here, and we divided the fields into mandatory, recommended, and optional to make it a bit simpler for those it depends on application needs, which one that will be in the mandatory. So that was briefly about terms. Workbench then. This is our, it's not done yet, but it's in development. So if you don't already have data in your system, but you need to maintain master data somewhere, why not do it in the linked data way from the start? That's the idea here, solutions for master data. If you have a traditional solution, my guess is that you don't invest that much time in doing the information model. But you do invest more time in actually doing a data model, how you express this information in a database, to connect all the columns and rows in a database together in a nice way, normalize and all that work. And then you need to build some kind of authoring environment, both for the editors, the managers, and for presentation purposes for the consumers of the data. You don't necessarily start by doing data export and API. In the next step, you might have the condition that you need to have open data. What happens now? You have the same thing with the information model, data model, UI, but you also have the work to do data export and API. So what happens if you switch over to linked open data, that kind of solution from the start? You will have to invest more time in doing a proper information model. How should you express your information in linked data? Which properties to use, which classes to use, which one should I reuse, which one do I need to refine, and which one do I have to invent specific for our use case. Then, since we don't necessarily need to have a specific database solution, we can just push everything into a triple store. That's less work. But then again, we need to do a user interface. And then maybe this should even be bigger, because working with linked data is perhaps a little bit more complicated when you do user interface development. But data export is fine, an API. We get that for free, so to speak. So this is our attempt to look at the benefits of moving all the way over to a linked open data solution for master data. And then, of course, we think that we want to lower the threshold further. So if we use Enterscape, which also already provides solution for both the for the user interface, that one gets much smaller. I will explain that in the next slide. But also the information model gets smaller. The amount of work, you get more help there. So the main thing with Enterscape is that it is very configurable. We work with, we define a set of internet connected types, and we provide a template per type. And a template is what you've seen already, this form-based editing, but the same form-based editing can be used for editing, presentation, and validation. And then also we have the integration with the other modules of Enterscape for import of existing data if you have master data, but you also want to connect to existing data, legacy data. And also you have these terms for control list and the catalog for when you're done with your master data, you want to publish it as a data set. About the templates, we have been working on this library called RDF Forms for many years. And to some extent, it is similar to Shackle, actually, because it has this capability to validate RDF data, especially if you define that certain fields should be mandatory. But the main focus is authoring. It gives you an HTML-based form where you can provide your data in the correct format directly. And people won't know that you're actually authoring RDF. It looks like just a regular HTML form. And the templates are also useful you can do them from scratch, but we have a lot of ready-made smaller building blocks of templates. So we have for all the fields in Dublin Core and FOF and DCAT and Void and ADMS, and we have a lot of them. And it will grow over time of ready-made building blocks for well-known vocabularies, terminologies. Not terminologies, schemas perhaps. Anyway, so that means it's more or less it's a drag and drop exercise to build together a form, maybe override a few, saying that in this case I want the Dublin Core title to be mandatory, while the Dublin Core subject is optional. So, in that way we think it's easier to get going with the information model, because you have all these building blocks to drag and drop together, and perhaps it's easier to assemble something useful by reducing or dragging things together rather than starting to read a lot of specifications. So, I'm not sure what time it is. I hope I'm in time. The catalog is for making open data simple, to get going with open data. And then import to, bring in legacy data, and if you have tabular data, you can transform it into the API and link data also. And terminologies, or the terms, Enterscape terms, is for handle terms as linked data, and the workbench is for working with master data as linked data, and you don't need to do a lot of coding or development. this is our view of how we can help linked data get going by providing these different modules. And yeah, it's open source solutions. Anyone can use it. Also, we also provide it as a software as a service for anyone that wants to test it and don't need to install it in their own infrastructure. I think that was all of it.
Thank you very much, Matthias. Any questions? Any questions? Yeah.
I'm thinking of your approach with cataloging terms is really to sort of have this import into the data. So assume you want to do this migration from legacy sources.
Yeah.
Have you had scenarios where you want to stay with the legacy systems, but you still want to publish it as in data, so you don't really want to do this import, and you want to keep a consistency also?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I think if you just look at the standard DCAT AP, which says that when you define a dataset, you define a dataset abstractly, so to speak, and then you provide a lot of distributions. Where is way of accessing the dataset? And I think that's fine. That's how it should be. Well, how do you actually do both the traditional API and the linked data API? We can help with tabular data, pretty automated, but if you have, let's say, random XML structures that you expose, in the end, it's quite hard to do something easy just to automate it. You need to look at each data structure. How do you map this to RDF? But I mean, to do that programmatically, I think you do it once and then you make sure that you don't need to you don't diverge. You will see the linked data as a view on top of the original data, of the master data.
So if I interpret you again, so you mean you constantly publish your data and linked data, you still work with your original data source anyway?
Yes, and then you can also, if that is interesting, strengthen or extend your linked data view by providing, as long as you have stable identifiers of your original data, you can provide a way of providing additional information on the side. We have support for that in EnterStore. We maintain the original data and metadata side by side, or original metadata and extra metadata on the side.
And have you dealt with a scenario where you need to change the data from, you have an API for accesses and read access. What about write access? You sort of keep that consistency with the original data.
Okay, so you mean write back, transfer from the linked data to the master? No, we haven't.
You share linked data as to publish, and then people can read.
Yeah.
But the challenge we have is that what happens if you want to write?
Well, yeah, if you move over to master data in linked data, then it's no problem, of course. But if you want to, we haven't tried it, but I mean, it's up to each. Okay, in general, if you have a non-semantic representation and want to provide it into a semantic representation, doing a one-to-one mapping, which is something you need to do to be able to write back, often impedes, it affects negatively upon the representation in linked data or in RDF, because you have to sometimes take into account certain syntactical structures that you really don't want to have in RDF. We've had that problem when we map between different IEEE LON standards, and it really, in the end, we decided against it, not to have a one-to-one mapping, because it will give you a bad representation in RDF, unfortunately. So, but not in every case, sometimes it works.
Do you think that this approach that you have will not accelerate this linked data movement? Because when you publish it one way, the consumers will, like, if you still keep the master data in the CSV or relational database, they will still not be able to link in their master data. So this is the thinking I have, that they will be very isolated for a long time.
Yes, well, Well, yes, you're right. But I think that's just an argument towards a better solution. And if they, because of these solutions, and then they actually get the open data out and they start seeing people are using this and they want to combine it with other sources. And the first step is perhaps just to define a common concepts, like terms, between different systems. Then you get a little bit ahead. But in the end, you need, of course, to strengthen the original data. And that was the experience in Nobel Media as well. Hans, where are you? There. That we, in the end, we needed to strengthen that database in a few points to make the conversion go smoothly and to have a better linkage. More questions?
No more questions? Okay, thanks a lot, Matthias. So now we've arrived at the first milestone. We have lunch. Lunch is served in the backside of the room. We have one vegetarian alternative with goat cheese and red beet. I think we have 10 of those, so if there are more vegetarians than 10, then we perhaps have to improvise. But nobody actually signed up with any special dietary requirements, so I guess that should be fine. Then we have also Skagen, which is shrimp and some other stuff, and Caesar wraps. Yes, and then does anyone here happen to have a bottle opener? Any students here? Because the catering company forgot to. Yeah. Okay, great. Thanks.
Hold on, not student.
So we continue at 1. So we'll start with the first of two sessions before the next break with Niklas Lindström from the National Library. He will talk about swamps.
Yes, exactly. I'm going to reflect upon what it means to do data integration more than talk about the actual technical things about it, because with all due respect, that's comparatively simple. You can always do data integration. Whether or not you succeed is often even difficult to evaluate afterwards. And it should be an ongoing process with consequences, which can sometimes be hard to overlook or overview. Most people overlook them. It should be good to start with a quote. And to some extent, this is what I've gotten from 15 or 16 years of data integration experiences as a consultant and for various government agencies and more or less big companies. The implicit emotion in this quote is fear, and I've gotten that impression from lots of projects that we don't really want to correlate our data because we don't really know what we mean. And I understand that, but I can't say that that should be the definitive stance in doing these things. We at the National Library of Sweden have to integrate data because that's sort of, if you want to see it that way, our primary task, at least when we work with the Union Catalogue. And as a cultural heritage institution, our main job is to deal with descriptions. It's not our things. It's, depending on how you view it, it's not even our domains, especially not at our level, because we work a lot with educational and research institutes and people who know so much more about the things than we do. Nevertheless, we somehow need to slice and dice that data and make it accessible to many different contexts. And to do so, we need to adhere to some kind of principles, and the robustness principle, also known as Postle's law, is one such principle, which is very easy to formulate. Just accept things more or less as they are, because you can't really change everything about your surroundings, not at the start at least, and avoid making the same mistakes yourselves. Try to adhere to the principles yourself, and that's about all it says. And it's a nice principle, but to employ it in practice has some implications which are more or less complex. For instance, you need to know how to deal with the various variations in the data you are attempting to integrate, and able to make some kind of sense of them, the intersection of them, how they correlate, and often you need to simplify the data. To simplify things is sort of what humans do with the information in the world, otherwise we would still be in the Stone Age. But it's not easy to do so. There's a big difference between easy and simple. Easy is being liberal in what you accept and in what you send. That's easy. Simple is the other way around, to use your work and energy to digest information and make sense of it. If you know something about fractals, you probably know that this can't really be answered accurately. This question about coastlines, how long are they? Because it depends on the level of granularity that you measure. This sort of is, in essence, what simplification is all about. You need to understand these things in order to do something about that. Of course, things aren't simple in reality, depending on which perspective you take on things. You need to know if you need to represent something abstract or if you need the details in order for somebody to do proper research upon that thing. You need to understand that in physical reality there is no such thing as things, probably, and that they might be patterns or events or something of that kind. You need to understand the levels of cultural realities, the social context, the conceptual, cognitive context. All of these things are important to understand in order to work with data integration. Not all the time at every level, but you need to know at which level you are and what the consequences are of ignoring that. For instance, you might store data about somebody like this, and the obvious mistake here is that this is durable for, well, at most a year. I did this presentation last year, so this was accurate back then, but it's not anymore. So you need to do something about that. If you missed it, I was talking about age. In this case, something better is to store the date, and then you need to determine a format for the datetime. And in order for somebody to understand this from another context, you need to pinpoint that date format and tag the information with that so that you can decontextualize this when you access this data from somewhere else. And then, of course, you need to have some kind of notions around what to count from. For instance, the assumed birth year of Jesus at the point when the Gregorian calendar was defined. That might not be correct at any given time, but it's the best we can do right now, probably. And regarding granularity, you can't really say if you don't know to whom you're going to address when you send the data, at which level of detail they want to read the information that you collect and the descriptions that you make. And there are so many details in the compositional aspects of things that you can easily drown in that. And you can also manage to miss certain distinctions about which entities are separate from each other. For instance, when you describe the publication of a book, you say who the publishers were and when it was published and in which formats, which of course conflates two distinct editions of something with different formats and aspects. It's just examples. There are many more. And then when it comes to the description itself, people often get entangled in their own notions about, well, did we describe the thing or the description of the thing? The record, what is the ID attached to, who created this? This is obvious when you think about it, but in practice you don't really take the time to think about it. And that's kind of problematic. On the other hand, if you think about it too much, you start to have other problems altogether, such as the use mention distinction gone awry, as it did in this sequence of Through the Looking Glass by Lewis Carroll, who meets the White Knight, and he describes things, not in turtle, but this is an illustration of the same information in turtle. And this is absurd and surreal when you look upon it like this, but in practice, lots of authority data in libraries represent the world like this. They don't talk about the song, they talk about the name of the song. And the name of the song is distinct from the song. Or what the song is called is often a different thing from what the song is, and so forth. So this is how you feel after a while when working with that. It's a bit confounding, to say the least. And you need to do something about that. You need to realize something when you're stuck at this level of self-referencing absurdities. And in anger, perhaps because you thought that things would be simple from the start, or because you realized that they should be, you try to break out of this by employing more or less knowingly some form of stance. And the naive realism is the most basic stance that people have, and one which I definitely understand and to a certain extent respect. At least this is what we have to accept, because you're going to face this many, many times. In almost every context you will get into that differs from each other, both ends of a discussion will have these notions. They will say that, no, you don't know what you're talking about, or no, but you're thinking about this from your own point of view. Though you are too. Trust me, I know you are. Some kind of philosophical notion might be employed instead, which is more or less to deny reality, to not longer care about all these problems and say that, well, we can formulate this knowledge organization system apart from the harsh realities and make our own dictionaries and relations, which sort of become their own universe. That's kind of naive too, of course. In practice, when you do this, when you look about the names themselves, the description about those things that people no longer care about corresponding to the details of the real world, they sort of sneak in details about the real world anyway, because otherwise that would not be anything useful in any domain. So these are sort of places where you go wrong either way. And then you might employ a relativistic notion and just say that, well, I know this is a problem and I can't do anything about it, so everyone's right for a certain moment of time, and let's just leave it at that. And then you will get nowhere. Of course, philosophy has led to many, many dead ends in thinking, and I'm not recommending studying much of phenomenology to sort of understand what you should do, but these kinds of thought process eventually led to the cognitive sciences, and intentionality and experiences and points of view are important, and will more or less make you focus on the realization that, well, you need to know for who you measure the coastline before you define the level of scale and granularity. You need to employ a usage point of view and understand that if you don't do things, you will never know if you're doing the right things. And you need to try these things out in practice and employ applications and actually work with the data. And meanwhile, trying to consolidate the differences that you encounter on the way. Because all of the descriptions that we do, all the data that we express are maps, conceptual maps of things, and they cannot accurately represent the things, obviously. But they are still useful and they correspond to the things, but they do so from a limited point of view. As we learn this, as we make this journey and work with the things that we notice, we can elaborate on what we learn and reconcile differences in a more structured way. And in practice, I, as many of you here, have come to the conclusion that at the current level of technology where we are, linked data and the models we use therein is sort of the best approach we have. It's not a final approach. There have been approaches before that, and there might be approaches after that. But right now, we have a vast collection of tools that work within various different domains, and they elaborate patterns which can be shared across the descriptions of such disparate domains as biological data to cultural heritage data and all the levels in between, including product sales and search engine optimization. All of these things can be described using more or less the same conceptual tools with the same structured approach that we have in RDF. This is of course not the final tool set, and you need to work with this tool set in the same way that you work with your specific domain data. You need to learn and you need to reconcile the differences between these approaches. In practice, you can use these tools to simply declare the relation between simple properties and the complex properties so that you can have various differences in your data without painting yourself into a corner. You know that somebody who needs to understand a more granular level of description can do so if they can follow the definition of your term and understand that it correlates to something more or less accurately defined. If you encounter various patterns, you can define symbols which summarize them quite succinctly, and then when you encounter these symbols in descriptions, you can understand that, oh, this implies that these other properties also hold in implied statements. This is what is called reasoning. You can also make something which is sort of a reification in disguise. I think that this is a pattern that is useful for, it was the first talk today about Scania and the data, the various problems you had with describing relations. And it is true that in RDF you can't describe, well, you can model the statement in itself, but there are patterns describing how to make qualified relations expressible in RDF and making them translatable to simpler linked expressions. This is a sort of example of how to declare this in practice and then employing a tiny bit of sparkle to employ this in practice when you need to store it in a triple store, for instance. I won't teach you how to use this, I just want you to know that these patterns exist if you need to employ them. As said, these descriptions that we make, they are all maps. They are different, there is no way going around that, but they can still be used together. You just need to employ some common symbols and connect these, and by connect them with link. And then if you use symbols that others have defined and which are related to something published in practice with documentation, you sort of can gain from all this knowledge and make it easier for others to reason about the way that you specifically have described your things. And then you can use the robustness principle in practice by using these tools and accept that others won't necessarily make sense from the start, but if you sort of learn how to do this yourself in what you send and engage in establishing patterns for doing this, by linking your terms, by publishing your terms, by elaborating on the way you use these different patterns that exist today, you can at least say how you interpret somebody else who sort of missed the point somewhere along the way, or hopefully you can affect the source that you consume and work iteratively with the publishers of the data that you consume, so that misunderstandings at least can be fixed. The various perspectives probably will be a harder thing, but if somebody mistakes the identity of the record with the thing that the record describes, you at least have some way to point out this error quite succinctly and tell them how to fix these issues, and things might be better after doing that. Here are some links to some described patterns using linked data. There are some general books about this issue, and in some recently published vocabularies from the WCC, they have elaborated a bit more on certain kinds of mappings and certain kinds of folding and expanding of the way you express your data using their vocabularies so that they can be accessible to others who doesn't necessarily understand the same vocabularies. And with that, I'm done. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Niklas. Any questions? Any naive questions?
This kind of pattern you showed with the alternative to reification, I've seen it a couple of times now. Like the new V-card standard, there is an annotation. I don't remember the name of the annotation standard. Also uses some kind of slightly different way of expressing this.
Open annotation.
Open annotation,
Yes.
thank you. Yeah. There's probably more examples of doing this. They all seem to do it a little bit different. Have you any insight on why they do it differently? Why not just stick with the old reification approach?
Oh, the old reification approach is a bit too abstract, I think, and a bit less than what they need. They need to sort of... I understand it. I think that they want to sort of express what they need more verbosely, but they don't want to disconnect that description from their own domain. That's why they sort of mint these qualified relations and then more or less directly relate that to reification. But I don't think that anybody has actually described this, because this is how I've interpreted the provenance vocabulary's description of qualified attribution specifically, and related that to plain reification. So this is sort of my suggestion at enforcing this pattern and relating that to, forcing this pattern into a recognizable shape, depending on what you mean by recognizable. But since most of us old RDFers recognize reified statements, at least you can connect their pattern to that old pattern. I can't really speak for them though, so I don't know if they just overlooked it or they didn't care or they failed at being conservative in what they said.
Just as a comment, I think this sort of points to perhaps a limitation of RDF. There is no support for generics and that kind of structure, way of reusing generic structures but limiting it in a specific scope to one domain. And also I think that the Wikidata approach has the same problem with this kind of reification structures.
Yeah.
Which I think is unfortunate.
Yes.
Looking at some.
Well, it should be said that in most cases where you have qualified descriptions, it might be the case that it is more complex than necessarily. But that's also a cop-out, so I can't really say that with any force. It's just that you should consider that before doing the qualified expressions. When we've seen this in library data, we've mostly seen it because people didn't take the time to use a simple symbol for the relationship, but wrote it down as text instead. So I've seen lots of cases where qualified structure is just, they didn't have the time to do it properly. Not in Wikidata's cases, necessarily.
Fredrik?
But that is kind of the human way of doing things. I mean, we are fluffy.
Yes.
We are not algorithmic. So, I mean, that means that, good enough description goes for good enough implementation.
Yes.
Basically, and when good enough fails, you have to go back to the drawing table.
Yeah.
I mean, the same goes for the things we were talking about, Scania and earlier, and the data descriptions that you have. The only way you can, use computers is to find those, matching or dismatching concepts. When you have the algorithm, you say, well, you actually mean something different here. The way you describe it, because your reference model is different than the one I'm using. I mean, it's the same as having an argument with your wife. I mean, you live together and still you don't understand each other sometimes. I mean, it's human.
Yes.
I don't think we will see a foreseeable future that you actually find perfect solution for anything to be attributed with a perfect resource description that matches all cases.
No, definitely. That's all my point. But there is always opportunity for stating something more to connect the differences.
Right.
And even these things can, in hindsight, be mapped without changing the things that have been defined.
Yeah, I mean, you can, as you said, you find old data that they didn't have time to, annotate in a proper way. Whereas with new models, you can actually infuse some semantics that they didn't know about when they did the first, textual things, because they didn't think about it or didn't have time or whatever. And by that, we can actually, apply semantic layers on this. Good thinking. I like it.
Thanks a lot, Niklas.
Thank you.
And now we have Kerstin Forsberg from AstraZeneca.
Okej. Inte riktigt samma tema som Niklas pratade om. Jag tyckte det här var första april-tweeten som jag körde ut i. Sorry, need to be in English. Sorry. Not really the same topic as Niklas talked about, but I think there are some interesting philosophical things around some of the things we are doing. So typically our same as can be so many things. So there was someone posting on, I think it was open linked data or linked data mailing list or whatever, talking about this, and then people started just go maniac about how many different things can be similar to each other. So I came to think about that a little bit different than your topic, Niklas, but come to think about it. I thought it was the best first April discussion I've seen for a long time. So anyhow, a little bit less philosophical talk, but great background. I want to talk a little bit, not so much about AstraZeneca, I work for AstraZeneca, but I'm also very much engaged in a number of different data standard efforts, both in clinical research, biopharma, but also healthcare, as these two topics now is merging much more side by side. I started to write this presentation as a blog post the other day, and it evolved into a presentation, but there are a lot of more details and videos about the different standards I'm going to talk about. I'm going to talk about a couple of quite traditional data standards organization. CDISC, clinical data standards, the standard when it comes to clinical study data, HL7, healthcare standard, very, very American dominated, but also big in other parts of the world. MESH comes from the National Library of Medicine, ICD-11 is World Health Organization behind it, ATC codes and whole drug, There's also the World Health Organization have a lot of connection up to Uppsala Monitoring Center, and MEDRA is a medical dictionary standard. I've presented at, I think it was the second linked data that we had with Eva in Linköping. And I talked about the first one, C-disk in RDF, so I'm going to revisit that a little bit and describe where we are with getting those kind of standards represented as linked data using semantic web standards. But I wanted to highlight one thing here that I think is really interesting. I know Fredrik is quite fascinated about this as well. And I think it's a broader concept, a broader trend as well, that beside the traditional big standards organization, I mentioned several of them just now, there's also a number of cross-functional communities. People come together in different groups and realize the values. If we would have data much more linked up, we could do a lot of interesting things. And this is one example. It's called, I think it's pronounced Yosemite. Is that the American way of saying it? Project that started actually in a conference room named Yosemite at the Semantic Web Conference on the west coast of US, where a couple of people across healthcare and clinical research were in the same workshop. I think it was 2013. And it became a manifest. So we called it the Yosemite Manifest, and it later on became a project. It's run by a guy up in Boston. His name is David Booth. He's been around in the semantic web community many years. And they have a really interesting, first of all, a very interesting series of webinars where they talk with many of the different organizations where they are at with creating semantic web representations of many of the big data standards and terminologies we have in the healthcare community. And they also see a really interesting way of the small illustration on the right hand basically says that if we would standardize our standards, then we would be able to link them up and map them up in a way that could leverage across when people move between hospitals and when data move between clinical research back to hospital to the authorities and all the way around. So it's a really interesting community of people. I try to be there sometimes, I know Fredrik tries to be there sometimes as well, but I think the set of webinars is great. There were a webinar earlier this week, or late last week, with one of the key figures in this area of terminologies. His name is Mark Muse, and he's at Stanford. He had a really good presentation there. So I think this is an interesting one. The kind of technologies we are talking about here get people really excited, and they form communities and things are happening. At the same time, we need to work with the traditional standards organization. So this is my final slide. I take it twice so I kind of get my message through. So there are 4 things I observed through the last couple of years when I've been working in this area. First of all, you need to push back, work together with the traditional standards organization. It's a lot of knowledge, awareness, and a lot of community building. So I've been working with the clinical data interchange standard community the last 5 years. I'm going to talk a little bit more about that as well. And it's a long and bumpy road to get this kind of thing. People are so used to publishing things in paper, in PDFs, and Excel matrix, and they can't possibly understand why it's not a good thing to do it. And they have never heard about URIs, they've never heard about triples. So it's a long and interesting road, but I think it's definitely needed, because if we try to do this without connecting to the standards organization, we will not manage to do this or not succeed in doing this. But it's a lot of knowledge awareness. And at the same time, a lot of the work actually happens in those kind of cross-functional communities. I mentioned Yosemite project. I'm going to talk a little bit about another organization called Fuse. Another observation, most of them use GitHub today to publish their information, which is really, really good. So many of the standards organizations previously, you had to buy the standards, but the more and more publish their linked data version of it in this way. And an interesting one, Excel still rules. Just the other week when Mark Newson talked about ICD, the classification of diseases, it's been around, I think, in 150 years, and they're now developing version 11 of it. And there are editors all over the world doing these kind of updates of it, not at least today when C-case is an example of a very, very focused disease. They use Excel matrices. They have a wonderful tool in the back end of it, but everyone wants Excel. So that's an interesting reflection. Okay, so let's start with the first one. There is a lot of knowledge awareness and community building. This is a pretty busy slide. It tells a story from about 2011 when I first presented at the CDISC, which is the big organization that's been around for 15 years. It's where we set the standards for how we submit data from clinical studies. It's most of all in the US, but also more and more across the world. They've been around for 15 years. It's an organization where everyone is kind of, the companies are engaged there, FDA is engaged there, EMA is engaged there, the European similarities to FDA. But they're all there on voluntary basis. So there's a very little time to really do the detailed work with it. They have conferences twice. It's actually starting in Vienna today, the CDISC European Conference. I presented in Bristol in 2011 and said, this idea with linked data triples URIs is really, really cool, and it would help us improve the way we use clinical data standards. And I was lucky because there was one more guy. His name is Fredrik Malmfeit. He worked for another big pharma company, the Roche company. And we had basically the same presentation. We didn't know about each other before we went to the conference. And we basically had 15 slides, each of us, and maybe 5 of them were exactly the same. You can imagine the linked open data cloud was on them, and a basic introduction to URIs and triples and so on. So we said, this would be really cool if CDISC picked it up. And they said, why? Excel is good. So we started our own little voluntary exercise. We call it CDISC to RDF. And we just wanted to showcase that this is possible to do. And we were really lucky because the big American authorities, FDA, they had a meeting in 2012 and they reached out and said, we actually need to think much more visionary about how we submit clinical data or clinical study data. We managed to get one person at that meeting who really believed in the idea of linked data, and I think him being there was fundamental to that we actually got attention to all of this. So in 2013, I presented a little bit about this work in Linköping, where we were with things at that point in time, and just a couple of months after that, we started a semantic technology project in a group outside the Clinical Data Interchange Forum. It's called FUSE, and it's a network of people in the pharma industry that sit down together across the industries and also across the authorities, and with the clinical research organizations and software vendors, and everyone is there basically. This is the kind of organization where it's much more easy to do the kind of work, and people get really excited about working on these kind of things. So in October 2013, there were a press release going out that CDISC, together with FUSE, is now working on representing existing standards, a couple of acronyms there, in RDF. It took some time, as it usually do. So we had a public review of it late 2014, and in July last year, they presented this on their website and also on GitHub. So it took basically about 5 years to get from infusing the IDE to get it happening. And today, when they have the kickoff in the CDISC conference in Vienna, they now have 2 or 3 talks about using semantic web in a more advanced way. For example, to do adverse event, biverkningar in Swedish, interpretation of data, which is much more complicated than what we did. So what did we do then? So this is basically an example. It's about 14 or 15 triples there that basically represents the same thing as you have in a human readable way up there. It says that you send in adverse event data to the authorities. There should be a variable called this, and it should be related to this and this. So it's basically moving beyond human readable PDF document to machine processable RDF, URIs, and all that. It doesn't look that complicated, but it takes quite some time to get to this thing. And also do this in a systematic way. It's good to do this once, but standard changes, so this needs to be in a very systematic way, which is what they are working on now, to publish this not as a one-off, but really part of the systematic way of doing it. So that's the data standard effort that I've been most involved in, and which is now really moving into fully publishing their standards in this way. They still publish them in the traditional way, but this is a kind of business as usual parallel channel for them. So I wanted to mention another example as well, which is not data standards, it's really more terminology. So MESH is medical subject headings. That's usually what they tag medical publication, papers, and so on. So much more in the area that Niklas is working on, but in the medical research. So MESH has been around for, I think, 15, 20 years, and about a year ago they came out with a linked data version of it. So the URI up there leads to a linked data representation of one drug. There is a really good paper describing the effort to move to a linked data version of MESH. It's still in beta, I think. They will have at least 1 year more before they go full-fledged with it. This is another one, ICD-11. It's the way you classify diseases all over the world, and it has a background, I think, back to the mid-1850 or something like that, when the people started to, or even before that, when they started to do statistics on death, why people died. There is ICD-9, which is the version today. ICD-10 is one coming out. And all of them basically extremely long list of terms. And some of the terms are really funny, so to speak, of different things. Diseases. I don't remember a good example now, but in my blog post you have more details about this. Being struck by a duck, I think, is one of them. And being injured by riding a three-wheel vehicle is kind of other things you have in the current ICD ones. But ICD-11 has been talked about in many years and is now in the final. I think the plan is to have it being used in 2018. And they are completely rethinking the whole structure behind it. And OWL, that is the web ontology language, is the way they represent the whole ICD backbone. There is a really nice talk. I mentioned Mark Newson a couple of times. His presentation on this is really excellent. It talks both about the ICD and the history of that, and also how they are working with it using semantic web technologies behind it. And Mark said in his presentation that he never thought this would be doable, but now when he see everything is coming together, he says this have never been able to do if we didn't have this kind of semantic thinking behind it. An interesting reflection though, they have a really nice cool tool. It's ICAT. It's built on the Protégé, which is the most used ontology open source project that I think many of you may have been using. It has a really nice web Protégé version on top of it, and ICAT is implementation of web Protégé. It has some really nice features to collaborate creating those kind of things, because this is happening basically all over the world where people are editing the different disease terms. But they want Excel. So they spent a lot of work, and then before they got that, people didn't really do all the editing. They realized that a lot of the edits were stuck in different people's C drives and lists and so on. But now they're doing a lot of spreadsheet in a very structured way. So that's an interesting observation, I think. Two other quick examples here. Pushing back and working together with standards organizations. MEDRA is a medical dictionary standard. It's heavily used in pharma industry. It's the way we tag, for example, when people are part of a clinical study and they get a headache during the study, it's reported by the physician and it's coded, and then it's taken a decision whether this headache could be due to the medication, for example. And headache is grouped in different terminology structures. And we've been talking with the organization behind MEDRA, it's called MEDRA MSSO, almost as long as we've been talking with CDISC. We still don't have an RDF version of MEDRA, so instead several of the pharma companies create their own versions of it. And then we get a new version from MEDRA, MSSO, and then we need to update it. So I think pushing back is so extremely important when we work together with those organizations. And pushing back in a kind of very friendly and helpful way. As we have done our own versions, could we basically donate that to MEDRA and say, couldn't you create this? What do you think about our way of doing it? Do you see other ways? And instead of just saying we want it, work together with them. So we did that from AstraZeneca. We said this is the way we expressed the hierarchical structure in MEDRA. We used a nice way of doing it with a tool called a Lego-graph, which is pretty nice actually, both as a triple store and a nice interface to it. We're still working with them, we'll see if we manage to do it. Here's another example, ATC code, ATC, anatomical something code. Basically how you code different structure, different medical products. And it's published, it's ATC and it's also something called the whole drug. They are connected to each other. ATC codes are developed by the World Health Organization in Oslo, and the WHO drug is close by here. It's actually Uppsala Monitoring Center, that is a whole organization. And I met a couple of people from them. We have a continued discussion with them. We are pushing back as one pharma company. We try to talk with other pharma companies and also with EMA, the European medical authorities. Could we please get these ATC codes and the whole drug in semantic web versions and have stable URIs with them? We're not there yet, but it's slowly moving in the same way. So I think this of building knowledge awareness and get them to see what we are could value get from all of this. So back to my slide. Pushing back traditional standards organization, interesting new communities where things happen in a much more rapid way than in the standard organization. GitHub and Excel still rules. That's basically my presentation.
Thanks so much, Kerstin.
Thank you.
Any questions?
Just a simple question about Excel. In systems engineering, we have some wholesale problems because Excel is widely used.
Yeah.
But we can't replace it from one day to another because
No.
people are so used to it.
Yeah.
So, I mean, the question is, would it be not better to think about how to bridge the gap between Excel and the data sets standardized on top of it, and how this link could be implemented in a consistent way instead of trying to get rid of it.
Yep. I think that's exactly, you're spot on. I think that's where a number of different initiatives, and especially Excel, but also Google Spreadsheet that has some really nice feature that you can build things together. So I know at least 3 or 4 different initiatives there where they used Google Spreadsheets in a much more integrated way. So I totally agree with you, and I think that's what everyone recognizes now. But it's been a long journey there because we have a bad feeling for Excel to store the information. It's definitely okay to use as a discussion and interaction, but I think the problem we are getting to is when we try to store things in Excel.
Yes, please.
You mentioned a paper dealing with turning mesh, reproducing mesh as linked data. Is it the Barbara Bushman paper or?
No, it's actually Oliver Brodenier, who is the person behind NLM, the Natural Library Medicine, who wrote that paper. They had a long discussion whether they should use SCOS. I think Matthias mentioned SCOS, the Simple Knowledge Organization System, this morning. They decided to not use SCOS. They built their own structure. So go to my blog post where you have a link to Oliver's paper and a colleague's paper to it. So the other one sounded interesting. You need to give the link to the one we talked about as well. Okay.
Anyone else? What do you think will be the biggest thing that will happen in your area during the next 2 years?
I hope it's going to be what I hoped from the beginning. I think this having the data standard representation in RDF is a kind of byway, so to speak, to really getting the data, the healthcare and the clinical research data represented in RDF. I thought that would happen several years ago, but we haven't seen that many cases of it yet. Many are now focused on the standard as such. I didn't mention that much about HL7, the fire, which is really hot in healthcare, and they talk about representing it in RDF, but I hope that's what's going to happen. I would like to have a URI to my blood pressure measurement. That's what I'm hoping for. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much again. Now we'll take a short break. I made a switch between the breaks. This break now was planned for half an hour, but we take half an hour afterwards, the next break after that one. So we just take 15 minutes. There's some coffee and we got some, what's that called? Conditori tapas. And yes, who is going to be at the pub afterwards? Just raise your hand so that we know the approximate number. 5, 6, 7. Okay, a bit more than 10. Great, thanks. So in at 15:15, we kick off the last 2 talks. Okay, so next up, the last but one presentation is Fredrik Landqvist and Peter Boysen from Findwise. It's all yours.
Yes, so should you have the microphone? Yeah. Okay. So we have split this presentation into 2 things. Peter is the contribution from our part in this EU-funded project. We'll go through the things we are actually doing, and I will try to actually do the things we're doing a demo. So I'm a little bit stressed, but I leave the stage for Peter to start off the presentation, and then I have my fingers crossed that we actually get things working. So we'll see.
Hear me? Good, thank you. So as Frederick said, I'll take you quickly through K-Connect, which is a European innovation project that Finewire is a part of. We have about 13 partners within Europe, and within Sweden we're collaborating with Culturum, who are the innovation arm of Jönköping. And the use case we're using is at Höglands Höghuset at Eksjö. So very much search-orientated project to improve medical search, increase findability, provide the best support in order for clinicians to give the very best care, and also to take advantage of untapped information within medical records that are in textual form. So this is the K-Connect technology stack. It's very flexible, very changeable. I'll take you through the bits that we're using within the K-Connect project in Sweden. The powerhouse behind it is largely a knowledge base, which onto text in Bulgaria have put together with over 1.2 million RDF statements. So we're in the area very much of semantic annotation and semantic search, but we also have capabilities to do machine translation, and also to provide language toolkits to create other toolkits for languages in other European languages. So what does the generic picture look like for K-Connect? It's very much about the parsing, machine processing, machine reading of medical texts, be they patient records, literature, guidelines or archives, from which they're put through the annotation pipeline, which looks up the knowledge base and makes the most of the URIs, be they UMLS, SNOMED, ICD-10, MESH, Drug Bank, and several other taxonomies and ontologies. The architecture for region Jönköping, we're basically indexing and doing text analysis on patient records, but we're also currently indexing information on national, regional and local guidelines, and looking to include within our system different medical literature sources, for example PubMed, and also UpToDate. So as I said before, it's very much about the linguistic processing, NLP processing of information, providing it with the best tags possible, and tags that will mean that search can be used effectively over different silos. And so from that, we'll not only be able to do very basic searches, but they can become increasingly complex until we can find more complex searches like this. So we're just working on the prototype now. It's based on the first 6 months to a year running focus groups to find out what clinicians, both doctors and nurses, are after in their work, and what types of functionality and systems they would like. The overriding feature for us has been that in order to answer medical questions, particularly from the doctor's point of view, they have to go to very many different sources in order to perhaps collect the information that they need. And so this has led to us coming up with the overall concept of different information sources around the edges, with the K-Connect search engine being at the centre. So I would say the things that we're aiming to improve on search would to be make it smarter search by using URIs and concepts within the knowledge base, either to show synonyms or related concepts and their relationships, or for disambiguity in doing search queries. And also having several sources under one system, being able to do more searches more quickly, reducing perhaps human error. So this is the picture we have at Jönköping. We're currently not doing the first drop-down part, the anonymization of the record. We have permission to do live text analysis of a patient record from Cambio Cosmic, who are the EHR provider at Region Jönköping currently. From that, we can do the text processing, and I can now show you the early prototypes that were put together. Through doing the analysis of patient records at a later stage, we are hoping to have an anonymization module also put into that, so that we can start build a corpus of either anonymized or pseudo-anonymized patient records. So this would be the typical scenario. A doctor would have a number of patients that they can are about to see, and they could click on one of the patients. K-Connect are providing very much an overview of the patient record through the text analysis. So we could pick out concepts, key concepts, so we could split what's wrong with the patient currently, whether they have chronic diseases, a list of their current diagnosis or recent diagnosis, and what medications they're on, from which the doctor can get a very quick overview and ask pertinent questions from there. By hovering over particular concepts, they can not only see the snippet from the original health record themselves, but also a definition, be it SNOMED or SWIMISH. Also, by double-clicking on the concepts, they could add it to the search bar at the bottom, and say, for example, if they're with the patient currently, they could add more symptoms into the search before searching. So this would be a typical search page result, very much like Google. Like I said before, it could either be accessed via the patient record itself or independently. For the example here, we're surmising that the case study they're looking for is looking at guidelines, and so we've indexed all the guidelines, and we could present them, and with the possibility to filter within those guidelines, be it local or regional, and also add suggested related concepts on the right-hand side. So that's the case for Jönköping and Find Ways. We also will be looking in the future to provide some kind of symptoms to diagnosis system. And our partners at King's College London, at the South London Maudsley Hospital, which is part of the NHS. They deal with psychiatric patients, and the use cases there is to analyze patient records so that they can find adverse drug reactions and also the risk of possible suicide. In terms of visualization, we were also working with Sheffield, who have produced a visualization tool called Prospector. This is very much used by another one of the partners, Trip, and it just shows how having linked data you can see information in very different ways. For example, being able to see the popularity of a keyword over time, or if you're looking at a particular disease, which are the most common drugs that are used. So that's my part of the presentation. I'll hand you over to Frederick now, who will hopefully, fingers crossed, the demo will go.
Let's see. So, do I need for the sound?
Yeah, use it.
So, just getting back to reality here with a very simple screen. There you go. That's my son playing with Lego. That's not what you're supposed to see here. Okay. Arrangement of, there you go. Here. I don't know why it isn't doing this in the first place. There you go. So, with the case, as we had in Jönköping, looking through the medical records, obviously there's a lot of opportunities. I mean, we were presenting last Thursday for people in the primary care as well. Given the fact that when you have medical professionals who want to investigate the problems you have with the patient in front of you, and sometimes it's just reoccurring themes, things that you have seen before, but sometimes it's also things that you need to find new patterns, new associations and relationships. And in that space, having the opportunity to tap into the different vocabularies, as you mentioned, all the different codes that we have, and mix those and make it possible for to navigate in a more fluent way. I think that is one of the key things. And secondly, we didn't discuss this in this case here, but is also to actually help, for instance, for pharmaceutical companies like AstraZeneca and others, where they try to find patients who actually have set up uses of drugs, diseases or treatments, and where you need to find a perfect group to test your new treatment. In that case, it could also be very good to do this technical analysis of the electronic records to find patients that actually fit for the criteria, which is one of the most critical things, to find someone who has both headache, short leg, and farts too much. I mean, how do you find that one? I mean, you need to have those correlations of associations. Very stupid question. Anyway, so, oops, it went into sleeping mode. Yeah.
So what I did here, this is a demo, and it's on. It didn't win the awards of the most beautiful user experience of the world you ever seen. So don't kill me because it's ugly. It's just a very simple entry point where you enter either a URL or a piece of text just to show how we can do the annotation. So I took the liberty just to steal some text from this one here, which is a drug book that is used by the medical professionals, and it's edited collaboratively since way back. It's pretty actually old resource, but now in a digital form that the doctors and professionals are using to see how well different combinations of drug uses have implications. And in that text, you will find both treatments. You will find names of pieces of your body, obviously, because it's talking about the human body. It's talking about different, stuff. And what I just took that one here and put it into this one here, and then I got this brilliant result. And since we haven't done any training, as you can see here, it gets quite a few hits on other, this one here. And this is part of the improvement processes to see how you qualify with a specific resource that you have or the corpus that you work with, and what kind of annotations you would like to specify. And this is kind of the works that we're going to do together with Jönköping, given the fact that we now have access to a set of qualified records. But I'll just show you here. So if I take, for instance, I can take something here. This one here. I didn't know what ventrikeln, and I don't know what that is. So I'll just push that one, see what we'll find. So what is that? Ah, it's my stomach. I didn't know that. I should know all the medical typings of my body, but I didn't. And in this case, we are using a previously run EU-funded project, which is the Länkade Life Science Data Project. It's not fully open, so it's not linked open data, but we have the access point to it, because it's also some restrictions, obviously, to the ownership of the different codes, like some CT and so forth. They have licensing models that makes it a little bit tricky. I would dare to say it would be nice if they could be open, but they're not. Anyway, what you can see here, as Peter mentioned, the opportunity to navigate this data structure to broader and narrower terms, correlations to stuff that relates to this, or documentation. And in this specific use case, I haven't done anything more to it than just saying, well, we run through the text, found instances of entities of things that we would like to correlate to the knowledge base, and by that we could then build interesting new user experiences actually exposing this. Another one, for instance, could be, I think this one here, just showing you. And as you can see, it also works with the language translations. So that is one of the key aspects here, being an EU-funded project, that we actually... Well, one of the problem areas in Europe is that we don't speak the same language, and and we will probably never do. We're speaking English here, even if we're mainly Swedish audience. So we need to have the opportunity to, as a medical profession, use Swedish terminology in the way you search, but actually use corpuses where you have information that actually is written in some other language. And one way is to use, obviously, Google Translate, but when you do this with the annotation and the codes, so you can actually link the concept to existing things, you're able to actually do a more proper way of searching. As in this case, I was searching for swavel and got sulfur. had the opportunity to dive into a deeper concept. I'll leave you with that. As you can see, there's lots more things we could just move around here, but conscious of time, I will not go further into depth, but pick up some questions from the floor. I saw you sign that we had less time. So I'm happy to take any questions together with Peter. I see a lot of opportunities with this because, as Kerstin mentioned here, the life science and healthcare communities have been, for a long time, been very active in the semantic web and linked data. And I think there's a lot of money to be gained. And I think also there's opportunities for, I think referring back to the first presentation here of Scania, where we have been going from integration points, point to point, to one system to solve them all, to now have healthcare providers or hospitals having multiple resources that the professionals have to work with, and none of them interoperate in a good way. And I think in that space, having semantic layers on top of those siloed systems could be a very good way to bring things together, resources that were not put together in a good way. So, thank you.
Thank you very much, Peter and Fredrik. Questions? Yes.
Can I ask about, when you talk about the search service, I'm interested in, are you going to use the existing search engine or you will create a new one?
In this tech stack, we are using Mimir, I think, Mimir, and then we are using Ontotext, which is a triple store, similar to the things that you do in Interscape, where you have the opportunity to put things into RDF statements and so forth. So it's a Mimir. But I think from my conceptual view to this is that actually the things that you saw in a presentation of things, if we go back to the presentation here, well, there's two beautiful guys, but that's not what I want to show you. Just find that one here. The things we have in this K-Connect structure, it could be easily replaced, I would say, because if you use the standard protocols for things, you could easily replace Mimir with Solar Scene or Elasticsearch or whatever search engine. And the same goes, the NLP processing that we're working with, there are open source NLP packages, and all the other things like entity extraction and all the things that you do as a search specialist, trying to tie down what's the text all about and trying to find different ways. So I would say many of the things we use in the platform as we see it now could be replaced by other similar software packages.
So the entity extraction, is it Apache Sample or what kind of platform are you using, and what is the support for the Swedish language?
Good question. I don't know, because you had to ask my fellow colleague Fredrik, who's been doing the implementation of what actually packages we're using. Do you know that, Peter? For the language and for the entity extraction that Fredrik is using?
Apache Sample is the open source entity extraction framework for multiple languages, but I was curious about the quality of the Swedish language.
Okay, so we're currently working on a number of models that were listed here. The former project to this was called Krishmai, which concentrated on English, and so they've already produced many of the models for English that are put together in the pipeline. There's a gate pipeline. And in terms of Swedish, we're currently replicating some of these models, and we're using the terms in the knowledge base that are in Swedish, so that it is currently SNOMED, ICD-10, SwearMesh, and I think there's a couple of other smaller taxonomies as well.
Yeah, but I agree. I mean, obviously we have a quite small language in terms of use and you know, good control vocabularies. So that this is an implication that we run into in many cases, because most companies who provide good translations do it into English and larger languages, I think. But I have to go back to Frederick and asking exactly which packages they were using. Any more questions?
I just have to, would like to add something regarding Stanbol. Stanbol uses OpenNLP internally to do all the heavy stuff like named entity recognition, for example. The problem here for the Swedish language is that there's a lack of open data sets to recognize company names and things like that.
Yep.
So they are available for English and the other bigger languages, but Sweden hasn't really done its homework yet for some of the data sets that obviously should be open. Not necessarily as linked data, but at least as open data.
Exactly. So I mean, if you took the text here, as you saw there, it couldn't find any kind of concept. It had just others, and if we had other resources than just the knowledge base, where we had the codes from the SNOMED and ICD-10 and so forth, and we had other resources, we could obviously map those to entities like naming conventions of geography names, naming conventions of stuff that's Swedish, but still stuff that we actually could have entities too. So I think that's a good way of thinking that why we need to move to open data and actually provide those kind of linking points. Things. I mean, it doesn't have to be 5-star linked data sets, but at least as it is something that we can have as a useful. I mean, whatever, any kind of file where we actually have some trusted parties that provide us with that. I think that's something that's really the government would take care of. Yeah, not government, take care of it. Run.
So I have one more question, if it's time enough. So you clicked on ventricle, and you got to lead life sciences.
Yeah.
But you could equally well have arrived at Wikipedia.
Absolutely.
And some other sources. So
yeah.
In the end, there will be many sources for knowledge.
Yep.
And of course, you can provide a long link list. Have you thoughts about trying to summarize or do something like knowledge panels that Google does? Or what is the idea? What is the thinking about K-Connect? How do you present knowledge when there are multiple sources? Do you always link to it, or do you want to provide a summary or something?
I would say knowledge panes and that kind of ways of linking together things. And I think, as you say, referring to that, we actually could switch some of the resources, I would say that we could easily use Wikidata for many of the things, the terms that are used in the knowledge base for this life science database are all already existing in the open Wikidata database. So I agree. I mean, we could, and when it comes down to the presentation, the ones that Peter just presented with the kind of pretty simple search result moving forward, I would say that in a more realistic, going forward with this, is that we actually need to provide APIs, simple APIs, so that when the professional doctor or nurse is sitting there with their electronic health record system,
monolith, whatever it is. We should provide them with the opportunity to expand and show them more. I had a conversation, is it anybody here from Uppsala? Yeah, I mean, if you're from Uppsala, you have the opportunity to tap into your medical health record online by 1177. So I had a conversation with 1177 just 2 weeks ago about using the same thinking here for us patients. Because if I read my doctor's annotations, he's using a lingo that I hardly comprehend. I realize that I'm sick, some kind of, but then he gives me all these mumbo-jumbo words. And those are the words he's using in his annotations, because he's reaching for his colleagues, be it another nurse, be it another doctor for referrals, or whatever they do. Which means that even if I had access to my journal, and I probably know why I went to the doctor, I'm have hard times actually deciphering what is he trying to say to me in this annotation. So we were discussing, well, this could be easily intersected into, like, for more citizen-reaching or patient-centric user experiences. Say, well, here's the medical professional annotations, and from that text, given the context that we already have, why it's already there, we can actually provide you with really, really good links to other things that we are responsible for, easy reading about your specific disease or your treatment, or links to YouTube clips, how to take your drugs or your pills or inhalators or whatever. There's a lot of opportunities to do these kind of more user-centric presentations than just traditional search lists. Yes, and I can go on forever, and the program will never stop, and we never get to the bug.
I will continue.
Yeah.
I think doctors have a special term for citizens that are moving too much. I
Yeah.
know all the terms actually, so there's special hidden term.
Hypochondriac?
No, something else. I forgot the name, but it's.
Yeah, but I mean, this is the actual case. I mean, this is why, for instance, in a professional dialogue, you end up having a patient knowing more than you as a professional, specifically for chronic diseases. Yeah. Thank you
very much.
Yep.
So next up is Andrea Costa from Wikimedia Sverige. You don't translate it, right?
It's Wikimedia Sverige.
Yeah.
It used to be confusing to the non-natives.
Okay, so I'm Andrea Costa, I come from Wikimedia Sweden, and last year one of my colleagues was in Gothenburg and he presented Wikidata, and at the time it was fairly decent size, it had 16 million entities, about 50 million statements, and not that much earlier Google had announced they were shutting down Freebase and helping export that data into Wikidata. So I thought I'll give you some updates on what's happened in the past year, and then also tell you how we're using Wikidata to increase awareness about threatening cultural heritage through our project Connected Open Heritage, with funding from Cultural Cities. Hence the logo. Let's get it. So, since I've gotten this question quite a lot of times during the mingling here, who are Wikimedia Sweden? So we're a non-profit organization working for the common good of making knowledge freely available to all people. We're the local chapter of the Wikimedia Foundation that's set in the US. They run the servers, they do most of the development work on Wikipedia, Wikidata, and a branch of other projects, not including WikiLeaks. So our work in Sweden is not limited to the Wikimedia projects, but we also work with furthering other free resources. So we support OpenStreetMap in Sweden, and we have offentligkonst.se, which has recently been in the news. We also do stuff with Länkade, so we're part of Fackverket, that's Terminology Center Sweden, looking at how can they get terminologies that are used up online as linked data. So I'll start with a quick introduction to Wikidata, because although some of you got it last year, I've again gotten loads of questions here about what it is. But it will be a quick one. So it's the newest member of the Wikimedia family, and it acts as a hub connecting all of the concepts and the data that are shared within these. So if we have an article about Stockholm on Swedish Wikipedia, the same article exists on English Wikipedia, they're talking about the same thing. In Wiki Voyage, which is one of the bottom left one, they'll have travel tips about what to do when you're in Stockholm. Again, they're talking about the same concept. So all of that is shared and connected through Wikidata. And it's an open, collaborative, multilingual knowledge base. So you can see it's open linked data, but with both read and write access. And that includes all aspects of it, almost. So that includes the terminology and taxonomy and various other words that will be used, which are all sort of intermingled. And I'll get back to this secondary bit there again. So the background is, if you go to Wikipedia, structured information looks like this. You'll have it in the top right corner. It'll be a little box. It will have sort of similar information if you go from one language to another, not exactly the same. And the main thing is, when something updates, like the Prime Minister, that will not change on the other language versions. So the first purpose of Wikidata was bringing all of this together into one place. So from looking like that, now it looks like this, which is a bit small. Essentially, it starts its life as structured data. It's not talking about... So you don't have free text anymore. Mostly you're talking about other items that are in the database so that you can get this multilinguality straight from the start. And most of these then are in turn Wikipedia articles, but they don't have to be. So if you have a famous father and you have a famous daughter, but you're not famous, you can still be in here so that you sort of link up this tree, which you wouldn't be in Wikipedia because you're not relevant. Sucks. And underneath the hood, that's all available as RDF. I'll click away before you ask me more questions. So one of the interesting things when you build, when you have this community-driven project where all of the contents are sort of fluid, is that normally what you intended to be used for is not necessarily what it ends up being used for. So what we realized is that quickly, the thing that most people add to these are external identifiers to other knowledge bases, other sources of information, which is great, just not what we'd expected. So it ends up serving as a hub for these identifiers as well. So if you map your objects to Wikidata, you can in turn then figure out, okay, well the VF link, that's something that other people trust. They don't trust this Wikidata thing, but I can get that through this mapping. And I'll take a quick aside, since I got a lot of questions about, so what's the difference between DBpedia and Wikidata? So DBpedia is not a Wikimedia run project, but they base their contents on the contents of Wikipedia articles. So when you saw these info boxes before, they map the various templates to taxonomies or vocabularies whatever you want to call them, and then they scrape those. So they look at those, they look at the category structure, and scrape that information, and then present that as linked data. The benefit of that is that everything has been manually, like every template has been manually matched. So you get shared vocabularies that are like SCOS and so on, which you don't necessarily get in Wikidata since even that bit is fluid. So you have to do one extra step in Wikidata for that. On the other hand, everything in Wikidata starts structured, so you get a lot more stuff than what is only in this info box. And DBpedia also scrapes Wikidata now, because it makes a lot of sense. It's more easily scraped than Wikipedia. So in Wikidata, all statements can be referenced and are intended to be referenced, because the aim is that just like Wikipedia is not meant to be a primary source, neither is Wikidata. So you should always sort of question your source, and that is why I had this secondary bit in the description of the database as well. And I mentioned that everything is editable, and that then also includes these using words, predicates, or property statements. So here you identify sex and gender, it's one of the most used ones, but you can still edit it. And specifically here you can see that it's been mapped against equivalent properties in other schemas. So now a year later, it's grown to 23 million items, but 90 million statements, and this is all available under CC0 public domain notification, and that is so that it can be as usable and as interoperable as possible. So, since Wikipedia became a year older, it's now 3, apart from increasing in size, which is impressive but natural, there have also been some other larger developments. The first one is that it finally has an official and stable Sparkle querying endpoint, which, apart from a machine-readable interface, also has this interface which tries to make Sparkle querying possible for mere mortals. So you'll get a description of what does this P thing actually mean, and it will bring up the label in your language. It will explain this query, this sort of this. And if you set right things, you can get your data as map views and so on. So this here is World Heritage sites on Wikidata that have coordinates. And if you hover over them, you get, well, if an ad is in Sparkle, if you hover over them, you get labels in your data, in your language. The other big thing is that it's now supports for both values that are mathematical expressions, and also for quantities with units. And that last thing might not seem very impressive, because I mean, it's a number, a unit. The problem is, again, Wikidata tries to serve the whole world, and most of the world does not use SI units. They should, but they don't. So that was a big problem in the beginning, and figuring out would you then do mappings between units and conversions and so on. In addition to these things, you saw that identifiers are now broken out as their own section. So underneath the hood, these are now separated a bit more, and more work will be done in doing this into RDF as well, so that you can actually get external links straight from the original RDF, rather than having to do this extra query through the property to get the mapping. And we're also working on better connections to Wikimedia Commons, which is the image repository for Wikipedia projects, so you get access to all of those millions of images when you're talking about a concept and you want to show this concept to your end users. And what I didn't stick on there is that the actual dataset is now described through DKIT AP as well, largely thanks to Matthias and Hannes. So, Connected Open Heritage is a project that's run by Wikimedia Sverige, got funding from the Cultural Foundation of the Swedish Postal Lottery, so Kulturstiftelsen. So the aim is to increase awareness, increase the amount of information available about cultural heritage, with a special aim at cultural heritage, which is under threat. So that here is illustrated by Palmyra. So throughout the world, we have all these heritage monuments, and they're either threatened by, in these cases, very specific actions, but very often by just neglect. You don't know that this heap of stones is important, so you run your tractor through it. And it's been pointed out that making people aware of this, making people conscious of what it is that they have around them, is actually the best way of preserving this. And it's also, digital preservation is also a fairly cheap way of making sure that if the worst comes to worst, there's at least something left, there's a memory left that you can use to either rebuild or at least go on studying. So phase one of this is bringing together all of the information that's currently on Wikipedia and sticking it into Wikidata. So through earlier projects such as Wikilove's Monuments, we gathered heaps and heaps of official data onto Wikipedia, but it all looks like this. So they're fairly stupid lists, and wow, that is small. They exist in very different languages, in various different scripts, and of course they don't follow the same logic, because they've been done by various communities, and the original data comes from different countries that use their own standards. So we're trying to bring together these data sets from 50 plus countries onto Wikidata, and apart from them making these 1.4 million objects more accessible, we also have set up the structure and the vocabulary to describe that type of data. And the nice thing then is that for the first time you can then start asking questions about this cultural heritage across languages, across countries. So you can ask, okay, which are the buildings built in the 15th century that were built for religious purposes? You can figure out, okay, church in this country does not mean the same as, or church in this country and mosque in this country actually belong to the same thing. Or it was a church before it's now a mosque. And due to the multilingual nature of Wikidata and the fact that these come from 50 different countries to start with, you instantly get a very rich multilingual description of these things. And where the data comes from official sources that provide linked data, entries, or stable identifiers, and of course they get included as well. But the most threatening cultural heritage, of course, doesn't come from countries that have these sort of linked data interfaces online. They come from countries which don't have resources needed to do it, and most often don't have data available in a machine-readable way at all. So we're therefore working with UNESCO and Cultural Heritage Without Borders and our sister organization in Italy to try and get new data sets online. So first step is get it up as open data, and then second stage is get into Wikidata so that it gets accessible as linked data. And since this will be of very varied quality, there'll be a lot of hands-on work for each data set. But we believe that doing this is a very important step for that country to get some data online and get a visibility in the greater online community. Because just like most community-driven projects online, this is our geographical representation of what we know stuff about. I'm guessing it's very much the same in most organizations. So we're hoping to counteract that a bit by actively going out and offering this initial input, this initial effort to get out. So, what can you get out of this? So first, if you have any information about cultural heritage in your institutions, which is probably not true for the medical sector, it might be true for some in the cultural sector, then give us a shout. But there are three main things. You can use Wikidata as a data source. You can use it to power your search engine. You can use it to present more data to the people who've looked up a keyword. You can use it as a way to just extract those external identifiers or to get to the Wikipedia article in the language that you know that your customer wants it. And that's all fine. If you just want to use it, and as long as it's of use, we're happy. The second is using it as a tagging vocabulary. So we know, for instance, Yle, that's the Finnish version of SVT. They recently went over tagging all of their news articles using Wikidata concepts instead of Freebase. And again, those people, when they're trying to figure out what something is, they'll Google it, they'll get a Wikipedia article. This is the same, but we're not being tied to a language and using a persistent identifier. And lastly, using it as a data hub. So a lot of our GLAM partners, especially, a lot of our museum and library partners especially, they map their IDs to Wikidata concepts, and there are various tools like this that you can use to see how big is your overlap and to help you with this initial mapping. And then, that in turn then allows you to add identifiers of others back into your data set. And that's it.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Thanks. Questions?
How far has the move from Freebase to Wikidata gone? Just 2 years now since they closed.
That's a good question. It's gone better in some areas than in others. So last summer, there was an intern working at Google at trying to figure out how you make this import as easy as possible, because you don't want to do an automated import because there are too many variances and there's political issues. So what you want to do is make suggestions that can then be accepted by human editors. It's gotten quite far, but I couldn't say how much is left. And there's also special areas of Freebase that haven't been properly sort of mapped out into Wikidata before, so it's harder to start mapping them. But I know that big parts of the more active Freebase community are now active on Wikidata, because I see them popping up in mailing lists and so on. But it's not done, definitely not.
More questions?
So for any web guy who wants to, tap into your stuff using any CMS, we have simple means to just show them how, instead of using the CMS's stupid back-end tagging features, using online resources and concepts. For instance, as you said with Yle.
Yeah, so I know, so you'd actually put up with an article and a video of how they did it and why they did it. So you definitely can do that. You can do it straight on your web page as well if you want to use the sort of the multilingual feature of Wikidata, so that if you change the language of your web page, it will change the keywords or whatever. How to practically do it, I'm not the right person to ask.
Has the looks of the identifiers have been a discussion topic, because the identifiers from Wikidata look very different from the ones from the Wikipedia, for example.
So for those of you who don't know, the identifiers for Wikidata is Q and then it's a running number. It's just like okay. I don't know. Like the decision on that was taken before Wikidata was even properly known to most people, I guess. So I don't know how discussions look there. I know that's so properties, for instance, also have an identifier that's just a P in front of it, queries and other. They're going to branch out into to cover what's done today by dictionaries. That's a dictionary. It's different word classes, different things like that, and that will then also go into Wikidata, and the only difference will be this prefix, not running numbers. Why not?
Yeah, I'm asking the question why? Because it's for me it's quite easy to remember or to construct the URI for any city, for example, like Stockholm. For DBpedia, that's no problem at all. But on Wikidata, it's completely impossible because it's just a random number.
Yeah. So I mean, so on Wikidata, you're supposed to do a lookup and hope. Well, do a lookup and then most likely the concept will exist in either your language or one of the languages in the fallback chain that exists there. And then there are disambiguating texts. So that's the description field there, or you get the disambiguation through the actual statements on it. But that's sort of the thinking of it, I guess. Primarily because the consumers are, unlike free-based, the consumers are not intended to ever actually look at the IDs, but yeah.
Any more questions? No? Okay. Thank you very much again, Andre. So now we're done with the talks. Next step is coffee break. I don't know what the time is now. 20. Okay, we basically got half an hour, and I switched around the duration of the breaks because the last point now after the break is a discussion, which is basically about how can we make linked data a more important topic in Sweden. And I think we will need some time now during the break because I would like you to discuss with each other. So I would like you to build clusters of around 5 people that talk now during the break about how it looks like in your area. What are the main obstacles for getting linked data out? What is necessary for you to actually achieve something into that direction? And how could we remove such obstacles? So discuss with your closest peers now, and then we just make a small summary discussion after the break. So I chose. Sorry.
How many minutes?
We got 30 minutes now, and it's a perfect time of the day because the post-lunch coffee just stopped working again. So just to keep you awake, you got a small homework now. So in half an hour, we will start again with the last discussion. Thanks. One more thing. The catering company will fetch all the stuff after 4. So after the break, please leave the coffee cups close to the table so that we can collect them. So don't take them to your seats. 1 minute. There's still some wraps and some other stuff left, so if you feel hungry, just pick something. I really hate to interrupt the discussions, but we will have to wrap up now. We have to leave this place by 5, so nobody's listening to me anymore. I can just continue talking to myself here in front. So please sit down again. Leave the cups on the table. Sorry. Okay, it seems as if you had a very good discussion now because nobody heard me anymore. Okay, so I hope that you were talking about the topic that you were supposed to talk about. So the discussion topic was how can we make linked data a bigger topic in Sweden? We have a history dating back to 2012 now of this event. Progress has not been that big that we expected it to be back in 2012. How can we accelerate the development to actually make linked data a more substantial or crucial part of the data infrastructure in Sweden? So what, I don't actually know how we should summarize the discussions, but perhaps I should just throw the microphone into the audience. So who wants to start? Frederick.
Reaching out to other communities, and the most obvious one is probably web developers who are working with web and showcase for them, as with YLE and Wikidata or other means, just showing that actually you can make a much more user-centric user experience, mashing up data, and just show them that it's not about whether you're using Episerver or any other CMS, but actually working with information in the data. That makes a better impression. I think that's kind of reaching out to those who actually do other things that could be infused by our knowledge about linked data. And they are much bigger. I mean, these are just we take some of the most well-known names within those different names spaces and just brainwash them.
Okay, any comment on that? Matthias, perhaps? We had a small panel here.
There wasn't a comment, it was another one, but okay, sure, I'll take the bait. I don't think we need to brainwash them, just show them good examples. We had a good discussion, and now we more or less agreed that since Naturvårdsverket, which I don't know the nature is, is now utvecklingsmyndighet, a development agency, got the 5th one in Sweden, and they have this discussion regarding what is their actual responsibility and what kind of data there exists, reference data and base data and master data. And maybe the term base data, this is something being discussed, is a good starting point to focus on bringing out base data as linked data.
I think it will have a huge effect if you can get that to the public sector.
I work at the Swedish Environmental Protection Agency, and I work with strategic information questions or issues around that. So Ulrika and we are colleagues, and we are the 5th developing agency which has a special task from the government, and our task is to develop smarter environmental information to drive that. And the other 4 have different areas within the traffic and within Bolagsverket, which is about organizations and companies. So there are different areas. And if we could, and of course in all those areas there will be master data or basic data. We have to define that concept actually in Sweden and determine which word to use. One word is suggested is base data, but we will see where it goes. Master data is the international term or concept. So if we could together, because there is a cooperation between these authorities, it is just starting now. If we could decide that we would like to drive master data, to drive the issue of making master data available as linked data, that would have a huge effect on the developing in the public sector of using linked data. So.
Yes, I agree. We have done a similar approach at the National Library. I mean, we've been working, depending on who you define as we, with linked data for a long time. A lot of it was about publishing. That was the first step many years ago, to just get it out there and experiment with it. But that's not nearly enough. The most important aspect for us today is to ensure that the organization can take ownership of this process, and it's not very much about the technology, it's more about the definitions and the choice of information models / vocabularies, and ensure that the domain experts take part in the usage and the evaluation and all those aspects, in conjunction with developing applications upon this, using this base data, because it's hard to define it if you don't know. I mean, the definition of what the base data or definition data is based on what links to it. I mean, it's the shared things, and if you don't know what you have, you don't know which parts to factor out into that. So that's important to do in order to map out which are the common regions and definitions, I think.
Just a short comment that in the end of May there is a conference in Malmö in the south of Sweden, which is Offentliga rummet, and the 5 developing agencies will meet as a pre-meeting to that the day before, and I and my colleague, I hope, will work for to bring up that issue as a cooperation between those 5 developing agencies. I would very like much to have that issue on the agenda, but there will be many issues on that agenda, so let's see how high up it can get. But we will work for that, for sure.
So, a specific question to the National Library here. When you started with your work, I don't know when this was, I guess this was some years ago? 2008. Okay. Did some of your stakeholders complain about that it is way too complicated and doesn't anyone think of the children and things like that? And how did you meet such criticism? How did you just continue with the work, or how did that?
At the time, I wasn't involved in the first part of that, but I don't think that. By stakeholders, do you mean external consumers or internal people? Both. Well, there was not much internal focus from it apart from the core developers. The external stakeholders were happy about it, but I'm pretty sure that was because Martin Malmsten, who did the design of what to map and publish, did a good job of looking into existing patterns so that the consumers who knew RDF recognized themselves and symbols that they saw in the data. Right now we have been working quite a lot with making it more understandable for the people in our metadata department to get them to understand the vocabularies that we talk about. And in practice, we basically have them writing Turtle now, and that works very well. It's an initial hurdle, but it's very easy for them. It's been proven to be very easy for them. A year ago, I was not sure if it would work at all. I mean, the experiences from government agencies, I think, historically has been that people asked the domain experts to design XML schemas. This will fail. But doing this level is much more close to just being precise about what you mean. And apart from the syntactical details, URIs aren't difficult to grasp as a concept, I think. It's just a solid identity notion, and they already know the problems about, the name of the song. So that part just has to be clearly represented, and then we can talk about how to make the data easier. Because to some extent, the data we will publish now will be harder for consumers to understand at certain areas. We're working hard not to lose the value of existing vocabularies in this mapping process. But it's not easy, but it has to be done.
About the linked data publishing in 2008, it was also in conjunction with the linked open data thingy. So, I mean, the focus was on making the data available rather than linked, because I don't think that many people knew what that was at the time. Yeah.
Thanks for sharing your experience. Any other here?
saw that KTH organized similar workshops how to apply linked data principles in the context of systems engineering. So it was presented by Matthias Nieberg from Scania this morning, but we've been working with Ericsson, with Volvo, a bit with Saab. We've been contacting Volvo cars to some extent. We could bring also for next year, for instance, for this event, we could bring this community because we have like similar concerns. So in your case, I think you are maybe more interested in applying data in the context of information management. In our case, it's more about systems engineering, but there's a lot of complementarities. So we could gain, and exchange a bit more, and maybe some SMEs, which SMEs could also have business cases on both sides. So that would be a way to expand the community. So this could be an idea. Second one is, I'm wondering if via Vinova, for instance, if it wouldn't be possible to get some grants, community building, or some kind of innovation actions where we could do something together at national level as well, because this could have also some impact. And if we show to Vinova that there's a growing interest from industrial partners from different application domains, from IT management, information management system, and systems engineering, I think we could have like a kind of solid proposal. So it could be a direction to explore.
Anyone interested in coordinating such a proposal? Take your hands down.
You have the experiences in Vinova's application in this audience.
Yes, I think most of the linked data focused projects that were funded by Vinova so far were from open data specific calls. I mean, there are different calls for, especially for public authorities that want to do some more innovative stuff that is not included in their regular budget, but that has to be initiated by the authorities, not by any other actors. So I think it's and some other call that I don't remember now what it was. Anyone else who wants to comment on the discussion? I'll take you afterwards.
I'm a master thesis student. I'm from Uppsala University, and in the school we have never heard about linked data. So maybe we should target the source, so where we create these developers. So we should maybe the university should organize some presentations in the universities, and try to teach the people that something like this technology exists, because in the database courses we never heard about linked data. So I think it would be a start. Second point as well is when you have to adapt linked data, it asks a lot of effort, and I understand that some companies are wondering if it's worth the time they spend on this, because they have to look if it's like Matthias from Scania said, economically profitable. So we have to prove that. So we have to come up with some figures and show that yes, there is a benefit in using this. And also, I think it's normal that it takes a long time. It's complex. What's working now, it's graph databases. We have Neo4j from Link Shopping, and they are becoming more and more famous. And their concept is a bit easier than this one, simpler, and maybe this linked data concept will be the next step. It has to be to become famous progressively. Yeah. So it's very nice. Thanks.
I'm a computer system engineer, and I got my master's degree in web science. So I studied courses and I study semantic web and linked data as a courses in the university, in the master degree. So we have implemented a lot of projects on Wikipedia and on the Syrian university there at the university. So I suggest that, semantic web and linked data being taught at the university level. So I think, students, if they, study these concepts, this principle of the semantic web and linked data as students, it will be easier to them to understand it and to develop in the future.
Thanks. Yeah, there were two comments that were specifically about the curriculum at the universities, and that's a thing that I noticed myself as well when I tried to get linked data or semantic web topics into the education at KTH. When I talked to the dean at the School for Computer Science and Communication, then the first proposal was, well, can't you just include it in the HTML course? So it's not really, and still it's not really recognized as a known research area. There is no, web science is basically non-existent in Sweden. So when there are 15 PhD students from the Technical University in Delft in the Netherlands attend the International Semantic Web Conference, then there is not a single PhD student from the whole of Sweden attending the same conference. There was one. It was Carl. Yeah, that was Carl, right? Oh yeah. Yeah.
It's something to develop or to implement artificial intelligence in the semantic web and linked data. So we have a background. You can't, develop if you don't have a background. It's very difficult to study it, by yourself.
Yeah.
So I suggest, being taught is a very good.
Yeah, actually, we were just discussing this the other week at the university that we would also need some kind of a network at the university level, connecting the people that work with these technologies and do research on these technologies on the university level. And we were discussing, PhD school or something like this, or a national network. And we were actually thinking to look for some funding opportunities to do that. So if someone is interested in that, you can also talk to me. It was just an idea that we had the other week, so I'm not promising anything, but
Usually when you ask for funding, you also have to motivate why you want to apply for some educational program. So if the industry, if you need some industrial backing that is actually requesting people with such an education, then you can, at least we can talk to.
And I think it's also cross-disciplinary because you are from the computer science discipline, and you as well, and you mentioned as well, but there's cross-disciplinary. I mean, we have people who are actually within information science, and my background is in informatics. So I think we need to see where our different, university disciplines actually, have combinations where computer science, informatics, and information science makes sense with using these technologies, because it's only a set of technologies to render complex problems. And the second thing is, as you mentioned here, I mean, the universities want their students to get a job, meaning that if it states SharePoint or some other labeled manufacturer of any information platform, that is kind of key for them to say, well, our students know Oracle databases or whatever programming language it used to be way back. So that is also something that's interesting from the university's perspective. And going back to that means that when we're going to develop this, especially when, as in Scania case and others, where we work within the company with linked data, we also need to see how well they actually work these technologies we work with these large software vendors, because they are the key stakeholders to data. So I mean, if you look at the data you have in your base data or your master data, it's not in a semantic database, it's not in a triple database, it's probably in some SQL database of well-known brand. So we need to know, so figure out how to make that, well, you have all these well-known branded software stats, and we could actually add something on top of that.
I just want to enforce what you were talking about, and also somebody else has mentioned the issue about business cases, to also show the benefit of using linked data. So whatever we have in the community of linked data, which has reached somewhere and got some benefit, to explain that, or to put numbers to it, because I know management listens to numbers. So if you want funding and if you want to go further, you have to reach kind of a critical mass, and also that implies you need to show what benefit it can have. And of course, for many of us it's obvious, but for management it's not obvious until you can show it, and also preferably some examples of where it has reached some benefit already that you can count in. So I think that's a huge task, and to use words and samples of how it works to explain for management what it is in very ordinary language, because usually they're very good at figuring things out, and when it comes to management who sits on the decisions on the funding, we need to explain that.
That's why it's good with Google moving into this space with schema.org and knowledge graph, because everybody, I mean, when I'm explaining for people, I'm using that. I'm not talking about RDF or anything like that, because that's lingo they don't understand, but they understand the concept of Google. Do you understand Google? Yes? Good. This is how Google works. We can do Google things within your data.
Okay, thank you. I feel like I'm diverting from that discussion now, so I'm sorry for that. But just thought about, I mean, it was nice to hear all the presentations today, but back to the idea of how could we make this bigger or for next time. Maybe in the form of, I mean, part of the day could be a form of workshops to discuss things like education, or that leads to certain actions for this community. How do we expand? In a local, or how do we set up a program, etc. It could be a nice format to complement the presentations.
I will send out a list with all the participants, including email addresses. If you do not want your name and email address to be part of that, just drop a quick email to me. Otherwise, I will send out the whole list. We could use such a list to organize subgroups for discussions on the more educational related topics, for example, and things like that. So I think it was Andre, and it was Matthias, and you.
Cheers. So this is main insight on the business case comment. I mean, when open data started becoming a buzzword, it bubbled along for quite a long time, and then someone commissioned a study that said, in Sweden we can make these many billions of kroners if we implement open data across governmental data. We can create this many jobs, and magically there's no funding for open data, and there's a push for open data. So something similar in the linked data sphere, commissioned by the right authority, could help.
So I'm a bit out of phase here, just a comment on the educational perspective. I tried to look into courses at Uppsala University actually some time ago, and they did even treat web programming as a summer course. So it was not a regular course. That was a couple of years ago. Maybe they changed it now. As long as universities still treat the web as some kind of fringe subject, we will have a very tough time getting linked data into the regular curriculum. So, yeah. Sorry to say, it seems to be have to be inside of special projects, interest when students have a special interest, unfortunately.
My comment will
get stakeholders on board. But my view is a little bit more cynical. So if we want to make some projects happen, we might need to kind of attract and recruit people who will be actually making that happen. So I think reaching out to other communities, not our communities, but developer communities such as JavaScript developers, Node.js communities. Now there is a standard, it's finalized, JSON LD. I think this could also data scientists, people who are generally interested in data and manipulating it, but they don't really know things about semantic web and linked data in particular. This could give some fresh blood to this movement. Thanks.
Thanks. Did I forget one?
So, okay, we have this once in a year meeting, like today. And someone asked before that maybe we should try to have meetups or something. Just like that there are Meteor or Node.js meetups, we could have linked data meetups. So, then of course we are spread out over the country, so we will have to see how many people we can gather, but maybe, yeah, would there be an interest of having like monthly or bi-monthly meetups for linked data? Want to say something or yes? Like raise your hand if you want to have a regular bi-monthly meetup. Yeah, but you can arrange one in Gothenburg.
Well, we could also look into. We could also try to arrange some mediated setting. I mean, Google Hangouts, for example, is quite nice for interactive sessions with up to I think 25 remote participants. So I think we could use that. I mean, it's not really the same to be at the pub with a laptop, inside the laptop. But if it's about the networking and discussing topics and so on, I think it should be possible to have some remote participation as well. But I think for more regular meetups, I think key is to establish some more local discussion groups. So Matthias, are you up for organizing in Stockholm?
Well, Uppsala, yeah. Well, I think that we should try it, so maybe one before the summer or one after summer. I don't know. Do we have time? One before summer?
We can try.
Yeah. So we will use the same mailing list, and we will try to take a topic from the top of our heads to talk about. And we'll set up a regular meetup group, meetup.com. It's easy to sign up if you want to attend, set the date and everything. We will have to find a place to have it on also. Yeah. So typically a weekday night, not too late. Alright?
Anything else? Yes.
I think perhaps the question in the beginning was somewhat telling about, why linked data isn't, moving on, when you can't summarize what it actually is in a easy to, understand sentence, because I think for many, linked data is still kind of esoteric in what it is and what process it leads to the linked data. I mean, what is that? Is that you throw in, PDFs, words, documents into a black box and the alchemical process spits out, this nice data that you can connect with everyone else. But in actuality, there's a lot of work, mapping data to vocabularies, and this kind of trying to get the data to be as useful as possible, both in your own context and with the rest of the world. And I think you have done a great work with your white book there, and as a start. But I think perhaps make it more easily accessible to get into it. Does it make sense? No, just my own journey into the linked data was kind of long, and it took a long while until I really understood, that it's just not a technique, but it's several techniques, and it's, as Fredrik said, it's informatics, when you deal with this actual semantics and not just the techniques, and you have to marry these kind of subjects together. Well, it's a hard thing to do, I guess, but yeah, that was just a reflection. Perhaps someone want to comment further on it.
I can just make a reflection about JSON-LD, which I'm complicit in, aiding and abetting, which I love. I mean, we use it all the time at the National Library of Sweden, and it makes it almost too easy for developers to use, because they don't really have to understand everything. I mean, that's fine until sort of they have to start to make their own decisions, and then they have to look, oh right, this is a compact URI, and oh, this term actually has a definition, and oh, I didn't have to invent a mapping for that, because it was, so if they can use it without knowing what it is, that's good to a certain point. On the other hand, the alternative would be worse. They can't use it, which is often the case today, because people are mired in technical debt, and they can't rewrite your systems, they can't relearn. That part in itself is really hard to overcome. I mean, once you have your computing degree and you've been working with SQL and is titled an architect, you won't abandon that for something which is untested in practice in many cases. Although you should, you just won't do that for reasons less to do with logic and more to do with psychology. The same thing goes for domain experts to a certain extent. In that department, I think that once they get over certain hurdles, it's easier for them to see that, oh, this actually models something logical which I have failed to express succinctly in Excel. So, strangely enough, this seeming to be very technological, it's harder to sell to developers than to domain experts, which we're working on, but I don't know. I can't give any definitive answers other than persevere, and as we've seen, Google and Wikidata and all of these things just show that it just has to happen sooner or later. But alas, in Sweden, given our inertia, it will happen later, but it will happen.
So to summarize it should be easy but not too easy, and it should hurt but not too much.
But sometimes I just get the feeling that understanding linked data, it's really, really simple. It is simple. It's just things have identifiers on the web, and when you go and get it, you get data, and there is a link to another piece of data that has an identifier. It's just like the web. It's web pages, but it's not for humans, it's for machines. I mean, it's so simple actually that if you know the web, you should really understand linked data. But then you get all these formats, and you get Sparkle, and you get schemas, or RDF schemas, and OWL, and then you get rule languages, and it gets so complicated. But still, that doesn't really take away the fundamental simple thing about linked data, which is things on the web with links. Right. So maybe we need a one-liner, and I'm looking forward to, in the next meetup, to agree on the one-liner for linked data.
Basically, set it now.
Yeah, maybe, yeah.
I mean, keeping that simplicity in mind, always persevere once you get into the reality
never talk about dereferencing when you're talking about a web page. You just say, oh, you get a 404? Yeah, right? That's another thing. And also, just having a very simple example, and I tend to always use Nobel Media, the example we made. Alright, we have a Nobel Prize laureate, he has a URL, or she has a URL. You have the Nobel Prize, it is a URL, and there is a link between them. Done. And you can put it into your web page, your browser, and it works. So, we need to convey that message, I think. And that is simple enough for even decision makers if they haven't even surfed the web.
Just a suggestion what you can do. You have to do a remake of the, I don't know if you remember this Europeana video that tries to show linked data by drawing lines and linking things that look like hash signs or whatever. So you have to do a remake on that in Swedish. I guess that will give you a message.
Okay, I have two suggestions. One is, I think, completely in our hands, easy to fix, and that is make a proper web page for this yearly event.
What do you mean?
No, existing URL. Because we have been searching for an event like this. We have been working with this thing in 2 years. We're not aware of this until just a couple months ago. So if we have a good web page with that explains this community and the event, yearly event, and program in advance.
What do you mean?
No, I think it's excellent that you have organized this, but this would be a way to make it, to attract for people to find this.
I agree.
And the other thing is, when we started doing this at Scana, we looked for some courses, and there we couldn't find any courses. Easily we could have sent a couple of people to such a course and paid money for that, if there was a course, but we didn't find any. So are you aware of if there are any courses in Sweden? And
not in Sweden, but there is a MOOC or several MOOCs on what is it, Udacity, I think.
Future Learn.
Oh yeah. Yeah, there was.
I just wanted to follow up on your comment there. Before I joined AstraZeneca, I worked for Volvo Data for 70 years, something like that. So I had the pleasure of working on bringing the first generation web into the Volvo organization. And I was so lucky because there was one guy in the company that said, don't go to IBM and don't go to Digital and the other big companies at that point in time. You should go to Tim Berners-Lee. He's the guy behind the web. So we traveled 10 people to the first web, or one of the first web conferences back in '96. And 2 years later, so I learned about some of the earlier notes about this. But I think this is a very important point, I think, in big companies. We are so used to, our knowledge area becomes quite narrow, is my experience. We talk with Oracle, we talk with all the SharePoints and all about that. And we're very bad at really looking outwards and being eager to learn from the academia and from kind of the communities we have here. So for me, that was a really important point, 96, to go and listen to Tim Berners-Lee instead of going to Digital and listen to them. They are off now since 10 years. So. Just a comment from big companies inside, we're very good at not really looking outside. And search Semantic Web Sweden and see what's available. And we're not doing that in regular. So I'm very
But if I search Semantic Web in Sweden, there is, I don't find any courses at least.
No, courses is, I totally agree, but there are two really.
That's an easy way for managers. I can convince a manager at Scala
usually the courses are what was new technology 5 years ago. So SharePoint courses, you can have loads of SharePoint courses today, but that's 5 years old technology. So it is a problem. I totally agree with you. It was yesterday.
Yeah, but I just say it would help.
Yeah.
If there was a course, it would help. And I think inside this room there are people who has the knowledge to teach that.
There were new web courses either way.
We have one 2-day course we gave in Umeå.
Yeah, the educational material from the 2-day course is actually still online under licensed under Creative Commons license on länkade.se. So if you, but it's, I mean, the course material is basically designed for a physical course. So it's all the presentations are online, but they're not.
Are there any plans to give that again?
Well, no, there are no current plans for doing that, but it's a matter of requesting a new iteration of that course, perhaps. But there is, I don't know, Kerstin, you attended a MOOC, if I remember correctly.
Yes, you actually.
Both.
Yeah.
Was this the course by Harald Sack, or was this another one?
No, this is the UK similarities to Coursera and the Access for Future Learn. So it's the University of Southampton. Yes. That's right.
Okay.
It's a 3-week course.
Okay.
I think it's pretty good actually.
Yeah.
I didn't know about semantic web before. On my level in school.
Okay.
I think the one Harald ran for OpenPHI, which I think is a similar German,
Yeah.
was quite complicated.
Mm.
It's a short one, 2 weeks is pretty good.
Yeah.
And even though it has practical examples, they're using on to texts.
And you can chat. And they have additional things on the YouTube also to explain some people don't understand. I put Earl on Twitter.
Okay, perfect.
I think I can say, so I actually took this course. I just wanted to like brush up my knowledge, so I did 2 weeks in one Sunday. So it's a very good course. But I think generally with Scania, I had to get I worked at Scania for some time. The issue with Scania is that they don't really fully believe in online courses as a full replacement for on-site courses. So this could be a different thing.
You can always say that you attend the course and you just don't show up at work for 3 weeks.
Good stuff.
And there are a couple of good books as well. Don't forget that. I mean, there are some really, really good books and things like that. So, which could be on the page we talked about.
I think it's called the Semantic Web Primer from Semantic Press. One of them.
My experience is, as someone mentioned, the basic concepts are really, really simple. That's not, and also if you can read, you can buy books, read books, you can, and there are many good books. But the problem is when you're trying to do this in practice, you need something, you need a server, you need a lot of applications and so on. And then it's really hard to find what you need, and there's so many, if you search for on Google, you find so many things you can integrate. So I don't know where to find that information really. That's our main problem now, I think.
I don't think so, because if the concepts would be simple, many would understand them, which is not the case. And if implementing is the problem, then there would be many who has tried but failed. And I think that's not true either.
Well, I think one of the key things, which you said, it's links, just links, but what are the URIs, what do they they stand for, and I mean, with just a simple explanation that it's just linking data, I mean, I don't think people realize what's the difference from just, pointing out a URL to data and you click on it and then you get to a document. Perhaps the big difference is that you actually state what the relation to the other thing is. I mean, that's lifting up the technical aspect of it to concept. We can actually think about data as something that you can understand.
Yeah, I mean, in essence, properly applied REST APIs are poorly documented linked data, basically. The HO's principle with the hypertext as the ending of application state is the core part of making it the referencing identities, and then you just don't have any alignment with the information mode of the representation, which is the lacking part in order to get the discussion going about what you represent. I mean, it's easy for site-to-site integration, but it's harder for enterprise integration or organization integration, and even internal department integration, which is often sorely lacking and mostly comprised of Excel sheets. So that's the lacking part, and that's the difficult part, because that's not easy, because we're mired in technical debt. I mean, the IT development the last 30, 40 years have been exponential. And right now, you can't even be a developer and following the best practices as a web developer without spending like 10 or 12 hours a day just working with and studying what happens in your specific programming language. So unless you know what you need to do to resolve the actual problems of data integration, you can spend your entire life without even touching these problems.
So, last remark now, because we have to leave this building by 5, so I'm afraid I will have to cut off this.
Okay, I think it's actually a problem of scale. It's the hen and the egg. Before there is enough resources to link to, it hasn't been interested. So that's the reason why we are going into this. We see that big organizations that hold important data for us, the Karolinska Institute's library, are moving to linked data, and therefore we also need to go that way. And I think there is a lot to gain in the long run, but as I say, it's a matter of scale.
Thank you very much. Thanks a lot for the discussion. Turned out to be much better than I expected it to be. I thought I would have to push and pull and everything, but it's basically self-heard. Stafettpinnen. Yes, next year. Who wants to arrange it next year? Any? Well, we don't have to decide now. Just think about it. It's not that much work. No, I'm kidding. No, it could be hard. I mean, it's not that hard to arrange such an event. Talking of arranging that event, I really would like to thank Hans and Andrea back there for helping me making this happen. And the whole event was sponsored by Meta Solutions, Nobel Media, and Wikimedia. So to give you all free lunch and everything. So thanks for coming. I think we've solved lots of problems, and we know how to make it even bigger now after the last discussion. So next time we'll book Waterfront or Friends Arena. I don't know. So I think the only thing left now is basically don't forget anything on the seats or in between the seats, and the pub. I actually don't know where we should go to. I think Eric had some idea about a pub close by.
Relatively close by is the Bishop Farms, which is close to the summer, and we probably end up most of it. I don't have the address.
I think it's close to Mälartorget, but Bishop Farms Gamla stan in Google Maps should do it.
Mälartorget. Okay. Okay. Perhaps we should stay close together. And there's no need to run. Most of the pubs don't open before 5, so